on YouTube. Man, there's a lot going on. Police coming and everything. But what's going on, y'all? Another late night special. It's real recognized real. And it only gets realer from here. First, I want to give a shout out to all my 2-2s and my 3-3s and my 2-2-2s and my 3-3-3s and my 7-7-7s. And shout out to any other angelical numerical numbers that I may have forgot to mention. Also want to thank everybody for coming out to support the channel. Thank you, and those of you that are new, welcome to the channel. Don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe. Don't forget to click that bell notification to be notified of my upcoming videos and content. And we're going to jump right in. Now, I'm going to be talking about Pisces today. You don't get the same Pisces twice, and I'm going to tell y'all why. See, it's almost like it could be a mental funeral that takes place, because when a Pisces done with you, it's almost like, I ain't even gonna say when a Pisces done with you, just when you mess over or ruin a situation with a Pisces, it's like the Pisces can have a mental funeral, because it's almost like you're not gonna get the same version of Pisces, even as you get to know a Pisces. And then let's just say during a conversation with a Pisces, just say you just now getting to know a Pisces, and as soon as you start getting to know them, let's say the person is aggressive, but the Pisces isn't as aggressive far as, regarding the situation, because it probably wouldn't even take all that to get to know someone. But let's just say somebody is accusing the Pisces of, you know, of doing something that probably was just misinterpreted, because some people have absolutely no idea what Pisces is, what they're talking about. And it's like, you can explain something to somebody and think you're doing it or saying it simply, but then all of a sudden, it's like people don't understand you. Now, it can be selective hearing. It can be the fact that they just don't want to understand, or they just don't agree. What's going on, everyone that just came in? Hello, everyone. And we're talking about, you don't get the same version of Pisces twice. And let's say you were on the phone with something. Let's say you was on the phone and you was getting to know a Pisces. Well, each moment that you on the phone with that Pisces, the Pisces is matching your energy. And let's say the Pisces might not even want to be like that towards you, might not even want to be, matching your energy. But sometimes you do gotta set boundaries, even though the person on the phone, they can't see them, in regards to a phone conversation. Remember I said you don't want to overshare. Like, let's say you start getting to know somebody over the phone, you got to be careful what you say, because you don't want to like reveal too much information. And I say that because excuse me. I say that because it's easy for you to do so. And I know it's because you may just like company. You might be the type of Pisces that just want to, especially like if you're March 15th Pisces, you might want to converse, or you might just love interacting with people. But then, like, depending on what you guys are discussing, I've seen a lot of times where it can feel like you getting into an argument or an argument about to happen between you, let's say an air sign, because Pisces might have a, a different type of viewpoint or opinion on something. And let's say you're dealing with a Libra. Libra might see it, non-logical, that you would say such a thing, or that you would feel such a thing, that it could get it can get misinterpreted. It could be a misunderstanding. And that's one thing that a Pisces hates most, is like misunderstandings, bro. Because people don't be listening. Like, they don't be really hearing you out with no empathy and no compassion, and just no regard on just the whole mere fact of understanding a Pisces. So that's why I always say, like, a Pisces don't really like to go off into different subjects, because Pisces might have a reason why they feel what they feel, or why they don't, or the way that they, agree to something. Because it could be like, it could be a situation where a Pisces might not be interested in something because of a lesson that they learned from being with such a person, and they didn't put it, they didn't figured it out in their own unique way. They didn't figured out that, hey, every time I, get with this type of person that has this particular issue, it always ends up, being way worse, or it ends way worse, to the point where you might not want to date such a person, because it's not a stereotype. You're not being judgmental. You just got the lesson behind it. And you didn't, like I say, sometimes it can be an art project. Sometimes what's good. Hannah, it was a Hannah Martin said, Carrie said, just caught me a possum. I need some recipes. I be hearing that too, especially in Louisiana. They be eating like possum, throwing possum on the, mixing it with carrots and greenery. What's good? Let me see. Misfit, what are your dealings with Libra? Man, I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, I just got off the phone, just got off the phone with a Libra, and I don't know. I feel like she's aggressive. Like, I real say she's aggressive. She's she always, when she did tell me she had a bad day, but she sounds, over the phone, she sounds angry, if that's the best word that I could describe her so far. And this is just our first day of speaking to one another over the phone. So I just, like I say, a Pisces will match your energy, and knowing that a Libra that's, using her words in such a way where she's not really, careful about how she says something. She was literally saying things like, um, she doesn't give a F about what people think about her. She was saying like, oh, they can suck my, what. And I'm like, what the hell? I said, why you say that? I said, you got a wainer? And she's like, no. I said, well, why you say that? And she was like, that's just what I say. And then I'm like, oh, you one of them type. So then it raised a question. So I told her, I said, have you ever talked to a woman before? And she was like, yeah. She said that she's actually bisexual. I'm like, see, that's why you got that aggressive personality within you. See, it's like, if you, and this is why I'm saying this is why I'm explaining this, like, people that you be noticing your intuitions telling you somebody's not feminine, because you getting a masculine type of vibe that's coming off of their personality. It's like, remember with Libra, they contradict everything in twos, if that makes sense. So they'll say that they don't do this, but they do that, if that makes sense. It's like, they'll say, I don't drink wine, but I drink you know, wine with alcohol. If that, you know, like, it's like they can contradict what they're actually telling you because they do it, but it's like they just don't want to tell you, or they do it with something extra. What um so what happened was, she said, and I'm gonna tell you what I did, because I now, it's like I feel like you gotta ask people a particular type of question in order to see where their mind is, like far as the illusion and the facade. And like when I started talking to her about signs, she started calling me weird, and like, see, that's the reason why she doesn't want to date. Everybody's fucking weird and everybody's this. And she said the guy that she was, you know, speaking to before me, she's like, oh, he wanted her, you know, to throw up on him. So I'm like, it's something that I guess he got something that turned him on, that he wanted a woman, you know, wanted her in specific, you know, specifics to throw up on him. So this is what I did. Basically, I just merely just asked her the question. I said, would you eat a dookie sandwich for $400 million? And she said, hell yeah. And then I said, nah. I said, I would never. But she contradicted herself. She didn't even know that I was basically throwing a curveball of a question, because you sitting here telling me how nasty and, you know, how you don't want to date particular, you know, guys, because you said they're, you know, slobs, and they're, you know, asking you of all different sorts of types of, you know, overly freaky things. But here's the thing. When did the conversation get on something of that, you know, perhaps to the point where it's like, why is y'all talking about, you know, those type of moments of throwing up and getting off on it? Like, what led up to that? That ain't something that just came out of somebody's ass. That's more like y'all was already talking about freaky shit. It's just that maybe the guy felt like, oh, he could say something to that, you know, to that detriment, that, hey, you were already going along with this. So her saying that, oh yeah, she wouldn't want to throw up on a guy to get him off, but she'll eat a dookie sandwich for 400 mil. Now, do y'all see what I'm saying? Do you guys see what I'm saying? Like, that means then you would throw up on the dude. She's trying to say, but the difference is I'm getting paid to eat the dookie sandwich. And I'm like, bro, it doesn't, nah. She doesn't see what I'm trying to say is that you're a nasty motherfucker if you really think about it. Because look, it ain't got nothing to do with the money. It's the fact that if you would eat a dookie sandwich, that means that you would have dookie in your butt. That means you're nasty. All on all ends, that means you're okay with being nasty just for you to, you know what I'm saying? It ain't got shit to do with the money. That just means you would do. I just feel like it just means that she's just nasty on all ends, bro. Like, for her to even put that as something that she would do for bread, if that makes sense. So after that was done, you know, then she tried to, you know, she tried to rebuttal the whole situation back on me. And then, you know, I said something like, so if you, because she said she was bisexual, I said, well, hey, if you saw a girl with sweatpants, she didn't know that I was talking about the Pisces woman, like basically trying to gauge whether or not she's, you know, bi, a tomboy, or a STEM. So I said, if you was to come across a woman and she had, you know, flip-flops on, you know, sweatpants and some boxers, and, you know, maybe like a little do-rag or a little hair wrap thing. She said, well, first off, I wouldn't even give a, she said, I wouldn't even be giving a fuck about somebody else and what they got going on. Like, but she missed the whole point of where I was asking. Like, she doesn't know that I was actually just trying to figure out something, you know, the girl that I was telling y'all about, which that really be making you think like people don't know how to hold a conversation, bro. Like, they be really getting like pissed off and like, what the fuck is you asking me this for? I said, well, I just want to know because, you know, I seen somebody like this. Well, go ask her. I'm like, God damn, you can't, like, we having a conversation. That's why I don't like talking to people over the phone, bro, because they don't know how to hold a conversation. They get so angry over like everything you talk about, but they ain't saying shit. They not cranking no conversation, so it's just weird. But okay, you said you dealing with a Tara says she dealing with a Capricorn. How that's going? Well, with Capricorn, they got now with Capricorn's a little different because they got that, you know, cold calculative type of way of you know, not really showing their intentions, but it's like they only would show their intentions at a certain you know, a certain time, where it's almost like if they're gonna benefit off something and they start revealing their hand, but then it's like if they're not, they can really like fool you. Because I had just got catfished by a Capricorn, and I didn't like it, bro, not one bit, because like to me, you know, Capricorn is considered the devil in tarot, okay? But they try to say that, oh, that doesn't mean that they're the actual devil. Yes, it does in my eyes, because the thing is, they don't tell you what they actually want out of whatever they're, you know, in any dealings with them. They never tell you, oh yeah, I want a relationship. Oh yeah, I want this. Oh yes, I want to go out. They try to act like they don't need you for nothing. But then like when you like, and I'm gonna tell y'all this trick because this is like powerful. And the thing is sometimes, and I'm gonna tell you, this is a test, because when you're talking to someone and you getting to know them, let's say after a week or two, all you gotta do is just be like, you know what, I ain't, you know, that's okay. I'm gonna just, you know, I ain't, you know, I'm not gonna go along with this, and then watch what they do. Because when people with, especially with a Capricorn, because Capricorn, once you give them that, you know, that whole, hey, this is what I'm doing and I'm not doing this, their true colors come out. So it's like when you say, well, hey, I don't want to date on, well, after thinking about it, I'm gonna pass. And I did that after the fact, but you know, I should have done it before. I should have had her send me some photos, because I got catfish. So what happened was I pulled up, we, you know, we got ready to meet, and then I had, good thing I locked my door, but I pulled up, and then I seen this lady standing like outside, and I'm like literally not even paying the lady no mind, because that's, the picture is not her. Okay, so I'm looking at the picture and I'm like, I see this, you know, this, it's like, was a heavy set lady with she kind of like looked like Precious. She was kind of big, like, you know, Mark Henry's sister in a way. And mind you, I'm not paying the lady no mind, but I do notice that she's like standing, you know, on the sidewalk with her phone out. Like, is it like she's waiting for someone? So I pull up to that address, and then it's like when I seen the lady, I pulled up a little bit more, because she was in my peripheral and she was literally like by the door, but I'm like, that's not her. So then I text her, and you know how you get that feeling where you're like, that better not be her type of feeling, where you like, your intuition is just like, bro, did I just drive all the way over here for nothing, bro, wasting my fucking time? And I'm sitting there, so I lock the door. I just basically just do this, and then I'm like, okay, I do the little call, I do the little text thing. I'm like, is that you? And then she's like, yeah. And then I was just in my mind like, motherfucker. I said, so this is what y'all doing in 2026. Y'all playing these 6-7 games. And in my mind, it's like, why did you do that, bro? Why you? And then she said, so you good? I'm like, of course I'm good. What you mean? Like, you know what the fuck you doing, and you got this grin on your face. And see, them Capricorns, bro, that's the shit I don't like, because they be having them little, like, they'll wear that poker face, but when you pop they bubble and figure them out, they start doing a little smirk, a little smile, like, and it be kind of like like you done broke through their facade, that now they want to act like, oh, you, like, just, it's like a little smile, but it's to me, it's arrogance. It's like, well, you really just knew what the fuck you was doing the whole time. You just was playing along with it until they like what would make you think I wouldn't know that if that was you or not? Come on, bro. And then she was just like, well, she said, well, it's okay. I said, well, it ain't that. I said, it's just me, my preference. I said, I don't in her size. Now, don't get me wrong. It's some bad BBWs that actually not, that don't look like her. That's actually, dateable. But with her, no, hell no. And then when I had basically, told her I'm good, she was like, well, you hit me up first. Okay, I hit you up first because the picture, I'm thinking it's something different. But the funny thing was, y'all, this girl gonna say, well, I ain't got to lose no weight. She said, I'm happy in my skin. Then she said, cause I'm a BBW queen. I said, okay. And then she said, oh, and by the way, she said, and by the way, thick, she said, thick thighs save lives. And I said, oh, really? I said, no, what save lives is Popeyes. I said, it ain't no fucking the shit you got going on. But that was just like, it was just weird to me, because then I started getting nervous, like, bro, come on, bro. Like, and remember I told y'all, it's been like a whole lot of gay women that's been like trying to like get it. I don't know if it's the season where women are like giving up on the lesbian, like they done talking to women or something. Because bro, every time I discover or some, let's say I'm shopping with a female in a, in a store or something, why does that shit keep coming, resurfacing and just keep coming up to where it's like, why, what is this about? It's like, I got to figure out what planets is actually, what the planet's doing and whatnot. Because, bro, this shit ain't normal, bro. Let me see. Oh, you said Misfit said the spot on my ex-wife was a Libra. How was that, Brody? Tara said that part. Yeah, how was your experience with the Capricorn, Tara? Elliot Welcome said there's a spider on your roof, bro. I'm not lying near the window. What are you talking about, bro? Ain't no spider. He said on the roof. Ain't no spider on the damn roof. Let me see. Eloise said, what do you think about a Scorpio and a Pisces woman in a relationship? I think it could work. It's about, I'll say this, I like to give percentages out of 100. So Scorpio and Pisces, I feel like it's a 90%, a 90. Like, and that's with like the sexual intimacy, connection, and all in, all within itself. I give it a 90%. Now, it's almost like Taurus is on there, as well. Taurus and Pisces, Scorpio and Pisces, and it was one that and then number one is crazy, is that Pisces and Pisces is actually it's at a 98%, bro. So that lets you know right there, bro. It's so crazy that my mother, bro, she ended up getting with a Pisces man. That's crazy. That's crazy right there. So it's like, I feel like if you a single Pisces woman, get you a Pisces man and see if it, if it works out for you. Because I feel like usually it's like somebody that's just like got the same type of, understanding, or they're just as deep as you. I feel like that's probably someone that you probably would want to talk to, because I ain't gonna lie to you. It's because the crazy thing was when, my mother, she did ask me like, oh, what you think about, me and, dating a Pisces. And she was like, I told her the only thing you gotta watch out for is, you know, a Pisces man lying, because I said, like, sometimes he'll lie, and she was like, you right, because she asked him if his beard she asked him if his beard was real, because at his age, he probably in his, mid 50s, and his beard is like is as black as mine. It's not even like, you know, salt and pepper. It's more like fully black. So she just asked him, like, merely like, yo, is your beard real? Like, or did you dye it? And then he was like, oh, this me, oh, this me. And then it was just like, oh, nah, it's like, nah, bro, you dyed your beard, bro. But it's like little things like that. And then she told me, like, she didn't like his cologne because she said his cologne was too strong. And she said it almost knocked her out because they went on a little boat ride. And she said she smelt his cologne, but she could tell he put too much of it on. Like, and she said it was annoying. Like, it was annoying to keep smelling smelling his cologne. She said it was like, it was no escape to like breathe something different or smell something different. That's how strong his shit was, to where she said it didn't even smell good for him to be like soaking it. I was like, I said, damn. She said his ass probably took a bath with that fucking shit, bro. I said, yeah, if that's all you smell, shit, that's a lot of fucking cologne to put on. And some people, I would say, when they get excited, they be overdoing it. It just be a mistake. Some people just don't know it only take a little bit, like just hit the wrist, hit the arm, hit the wrist and then hit your neck, and then, maybe the top of your hands or something. Everybody spray they cologne, or if it's a woman, her perfume on differently. But it's like, you don't gotta be like just spraying that shit like it's like it's some Windex or something. But like, to me, it's just like people be really trying, that's why I say, like, if you real excited about your date and you're just like worried about you smelling bad, or or just worried that you want everything to go right, that can make you, get anxious and do the wrong thing by, um, a person could tell if you really didn't like try to like impress them or something. Like, they can tell, like, you done went to got a haircut and got, your face, everything lined up and perfect. Is like, if they know when they met you, you didn't have that type of thing going, they'll know, like, oh, you sat up there and really, like, made sure everything was on point. Now, it ain't nothing wrong with that. It's just, make sure you don't overdo the cologne, bro, because, sometimes it's better or best to have a woman that's not gonna lie to you, simply tell you, oh, that's not, that don't smell good, or that's too much, or you want to have like a second opinion when you wear something. And then, like I say, don't put too much on, because sometimes it's like, you know you just gotta be careful with this. If it's some cheap stuff, it's gonna be, that's probably why he sprayed it like that, if it was something cheap, because he probably wanted the smell to last. But some smells, depending on what you get, it don't always get the type of reaction that you're looking for. Now, so if a Pisces get hurt too many times, you're not getting that version of that Pisces ever again. So everybody know that Pisces got an emotional limit. So it's like, when they revert and give you that Pisces with no emotions, that almost feel like that's a whole nother person. That feel like you ain't even talking to the same Pisces, because all that lovey-dovey, bay this and bay that, all that stuff is like, it goes out the window. So I'm gonna basically tell y'all that welcome, let me see, welcome everyone just came in. So if a Pisces experience a heartbreak, they definitely, like I say, they're not going to be giving you that same version. Now, I'm going to break it down. Okay, so it's almost like I say, a Pisces love hard. So if they get into a situation, they feel like they've given you everything only for you to just do something stupid and ruin it. They're going to feel like, well, damn, I didn't stay loyal, supported you, kept forgiving, you just give it, regarding the same mistake. So after that repeated hurt, then the Pisces will emotionally shut down. See, because it's like they value their effort, and they reach that breaking point, then they're done. You know, so if the trust was broken, that's another thing that would make the Pisces second guess the whole forgiveness. So it's not something that can be easily rebuilt. Definitely can change how they relate to someone. That's why I said to have the version of Pisces that is not relatable, just not really someone that you can really connect to, because you've ruined that trust. That can make a Pisces question everything. So that's why I said they could really behave differently than they, once were, because now you will notice that, damn, you questioning me on everything now. But why? Because the person lied once before. Now every story sounds suspicious. So you don't want a Pisces giving you that version, because you gonna notice the difference. You know, that hit different if somebody stop believing your words all of a sudden. So that's why I say just be honest consistently and rebuild trust over time. Now, another thing, if it's a woman, like I say, it can be a man, but like I say, it all depends. And they got tired of crying, so a Pisces can be emotionally expressive, but if the pain is a whole nother thing. Now, some people say, well, pain is good. Not always, because you gotta express it. You gotta get it off your chest, and when you start to hold it in, then it wears you down. So I always tell people, like, you gotta. Everybody can't handle pain, bro. It just is what it is. Let me see. Oh, Eloise said you speaking facts. Appreciate it. Um, Lone Star said crackhead. Nah, you probably know more about it than I do, bro. Never tried that, never done that, never thought about it, never will. Let me see. Burnett, what about Virgo? Um, when it comes to Virgo, you mean like in relationships? Or because I like with relationships, Virgos is very protective, they're very serious, but like they usually they usually would get with someone. They could get with a Pisces. Like, let's say, if like I know for instance, with a March 15th Pisces would probably have a best match with a Virgo, if that makes sense. It all depends, because there's different types of Pisces. Not all Pisces are the same, obviously, but like there's some Pisces that are more open with speaking, being a leader, you know starting an interaction with someone, or just meeting people, love, creating. It could be that could be a very extroverted type of Pisces. But then you got some Pisces that don't want to talk to nobody. They don't even want to socialize at all, to the point where silence is the best suited for them, to where that will affect the type of partner that they get, or that they will be with, because you have to find somebody that's cool with you being like that and not judging you for it. But it's like when you like I would say, even if you get with a Pisces, you gotta be ready for that type of speed, because that whole silence thing hit different with Pisces. It's not like a silent treatment. It's like that person is just cool with just being to themselves, and not really talking to everybody, or, speaking to everybody or whatnot. But Virgo is very, Virgo can be a good partner. Only thing is, with Virgo, they just have the tendency to criticize and, basically, it's like they have that a way of reminding you of your flaws, if that makes sense. That's the best way to put it. Is like they will, they'll get to the bottom of your flaws. They'll remind you of your flaws. And it's like, if your shirt's too small or you got something going on, they pay attention to the fine details of everything. So if you let them, do this type of behavior, and it's like it don't bother you, then it could be a potential mate for you. But it's like they can have OCD. They can be the type of person that, always wants to fix things themselves. They all, they might feel like not wanting to pay, to have somebody else do it. But at the same time, this could get them in trouble because they can fall, they could fall off ladders, do little things, hurt themselves, cut themselves, to where they don't always use the correct tools to fix things as they think they, can. Like they'll strip stuff, strip screws. They don't really factor in all those things when they decide that they're going to fix something without looking at the, directions or whatnot. So it's like, that can be something that can be um, a problem for some, because it's like, well, why didn't you just pay a contractor to come out and do this the correct way? Sometimes with Virgo, they can be the type of person that likes to save every dollar, doesn't like to spend a whole bunch of money on stuff that they feel that they could do themselves. So you got to look at the whole uh, big picture when you're dealing with Virgo. Now, I will say that Virgo can be nitpicky, so they like things to go a certain way. They like to have control over most things. So it's not like they're gonna just let you do the, lead, because they will question things. And I feel like, like, put it to you like this: if it was a Virgo woman and she had let's just say somebody was in a relationship with one, it's like they can be bossy to the point where they can, be the word I like to use is sadistic to an extent, because they can be the type of person that gets off on, other people's, pain, to the point where when you look at someone that will criticize you for something, that it's like, well, they basically make it seem like you were trying to hide it, if that makes sense. So it's like, you might have not even wanted to go there, discuss it, but then, like, with a Virgo, he or she will make sure, everything about yourself. It's almost like, with the details that come with you, your personality, things you didn't know that you were, that things that you didn't know you were, interested in, or, just how you look, how you talk, just everything about your personality and how you're structured, to the point where you probably never thought about those things. But when you get with a Virgo, you will find out who your real friends are. I feel like that's one of the best things about Virgo and having Virgo friends, is that they're very protective, and, at the same time, it makes them very serious individuals when it comes to, not giving people, like, second chances, but only if they want to. Because, like I say, usually it becomes that whole self-serving thing where the Virgo wants to be the one that, dictates whether or not you guys get back together, and for what reasons. Because one thing about a Virgo is they will get back with the same partners. It's like they don't even want to date somebody else and start over. So they might have let's say it's a female, she might have a boyfriend that she done broke up with like 5 times, but she keeps getting back with him, thinking that, oh yeah, something's different now, and oh, things have changed. And usually it could be some things about a Virgo that he or she could be very opinionated about, that ends up overspilling into the relationship and then causing problems. So because the thing about it is, it's hard for a person to make decisions. It's hard for a person to make choices when you're with a Virgo. It's like they can override something that you feel should happen, or you might say, well, okay, I'm gonna go work, third shift, or I'm gonna pick up some shifts. And a Virgo will, if they disagree with you, they would tell you like, oh, I think that's a bad idea. Like, you need to be here because I gotta work at this time. There's no way we're gonna have time to spend with each other. And that could sound, it could come off like masculine, to the point where you might feel like she's running, she's wearing the pants in a relationship. And that can be a reason why, guys, they can be end up leaving her, because you can't, I ain't gonna lie, you can't make, like, once you realize just how bad it could get with a Virgo, you start feeling like, damn, you might not even want the Virgo as a partner, because they challenge you a lot on different things that you like to do. And then the Virgo never tells you certain things, like until the last minute, or when it's too late, things that you should have known beforehand. I've noticed that as well. But let me see. And I could say I'm trying to remember, have I ever dated a Virgo? Nope, never dated a Virgo, bro. I think just Sagittarius, Libra, Leo. That's about it, bro. And maybe Aquarius. But like, if I look at relationships, I would say Taurus, Leo, Sagittarius. But like, one thing, and the craziest thing is, like, I basically overshared one thing with the Libra, like I say, a few hours ago. And I basically told her, like, if a woman has, like, let's say her toes are not done, I was like, I probably would, like, we were basically having this discussion about, like, if a woman toes aren't done, is that a problem, or would that make or break a guy from wanting to smash, because the girl toes is like, one toe painted. And then she said, she was like, don't nobody give a fuck about how your feet look when they just want some cat. Ain't nobody thinking about your feet. Hell, the light gonna be off anyway. And I told her, I said, I disagree with that, because she was like, well, I think she was getting defensive and getting, like, combative and shit, because she probably is that type of female that has the toes situation. So I'm like, bro, it ain't nothing wrong with just keeping your feet polished. If you a female, fam, I don't understand why that's a difficult thing. And then she was like, well, first off, she felt like when her and her daughter went to the gas station and did laundry, she was saying like how they wasn't worried about, she said that they were not worried about that type of shit, because they were having a laundry day. And she was saying how she stepped out of the house with clothes that didn't match, and army fatigue pants, and she was saying how she had Crocs on and a do-rag that was like pink and black. And she said she didn't give a fuck. She was going to do laundry and run some errands. I said, okay, well, you still gotta wash your ass, bro. Like, it's stuff like that. Every woman hygiene is different, bro. I've noticed this. And to me, hygiene is like number one on the list of meeting somebody, bro. I don't give a damn, bro. I would rather be single forever than to be with somebody that has poor hygiene, bro. That goes for brushing your teeth. The only reason my lips are blue because I had some fucking a slushy. Now, the thing about it is like everybody got their own preferences. Let me see. Burnett said, what's your sign of Pisces? I only dated 2 Leos and a Gemini my whole life. Damn, how that's been for you? You said that girl was saying anything I care about my feet. I need mine's done. See, that's what I'm trying to say. You would know. That's just like if a woman's toes is just like a man wanting a haircut. It's kind of like when your cut is busted, bro, you don't even want your hair showing, bro. You put a hat on like me or a do-rag and you like, bro, if a woman was like, you know, want to go out and do something, you gonna be like, man, I gotta get a cut. I gotta get a cut. You ain't gonna even feel comfortable wearing the fucking do-rag because your hair is not nice. That's how I would think a woman would think about her feet not being done. You know that man gonna see your feet. It's hot as fuck outside. What you gonna do? Wear some shoes? And then it's like when you have to take your socks off, or you go, you know, do some type of, you know, just Netflix and chill and stretching out on the sofa. If your feet ain't done, you know the man gonna see that, and he gonna, you know, people is making, how can I say it? Your ass is not off the chopping block when when a person is still factoring everything about you. They're taking in everything. Okay, they look at your nails and see, okay, are you walking around with, you know, Edward Scissorhands? Are you, you know, your nails like this long? Or is this like little things like, are they clean or do they got dirt? Do you got dirt under your fingernails? It's like people literally look at stuff that all screams out your hygiene, bro, because you could be having dirt under your nails. And if you're not a mechanic, or you're not, you know, even if you're a mechanic, you have to use a special soap like lava soap, lava brand soap to get the dirt from under your nails. But usually it could be crud under your nails for all different reasons, which I'm not going to sit on here and say, because you don't know if a person been scratching, picking, you know, you don't know where they've been scratching or what they've been picking to get the crud under their nails in the first place. But, you know, there's people that go to the bathroom, don't even wash their hands, bro. And that it be people that look like me and you, to the point where you be like, what the fuck? You ain't gonna wash your hands, bro? You that goddamn lazy? Like me, I always keep sanitizer around and shit, you know, like I don't be playing, fam. I be feeling like, bro, you gotta, or everything that I'm saying matters, bro, because you gotta, it ain't like, and what the Libra was saying was like, nobody gives a fuck. She was saying like, if, I said, so if a dude toenails was like fucking like so long that they were going over his fucking feet, and y'all was getting ready to fuck, would you still go on and let him do it because his fetus is like, fuck? She said, fuck them toes. I don't give a fuck if she says she just want the D. She don't give a fuck about what his feet look like. She said, well, that would defeat the whole purpose. Like, if I'm gonna be am I fucking your feet, or am I? And I'm like, see, now you just taking it out of context, bro. Like, I understand she don't have to agree with me, and I don't have to agree with her. We just got different views on different things. So it's like, to me, I told her, if a woman's feet is busted, fam, we not fucking, bro. It in the story. I don't give a fuck. I'm not fucking her. Nope. Because before I cut the light off, I got to see in my imagination that what your body look like. I don't see, people be thinking it's all about the pumping that makes a person, get off, bro. Not everybody get off the same way, bro. It's, to me, like, you got to visualize how a person look first before you even think about, whether or not it's gonna get to that point. Because shit, it could be any little thing that don't look a certain. Because I'm gonna say it like this, bro. Beauty is everything to me. So it's like, if you look at a Queen Elizabeth, if you look at somebody that's rich, they always got that. Usually they always got that type of stuff already done. They take care of themselves, they pamper themselves. So even if you ain't Queen Elizabeth, okay, well, these is the fundamentals. If you call yourself a queen, or you look at yourself as a diva and whoop-de-woo, you need to look like one then. Have your nails done all the time. You can't just call yourself a diva and then you got one toe painted, the other one not, and the rest of them just toe up. It's little stuff like that. Hands and feet, fam. I just feel like if you're a woman, them the only features in your teeth is the only thing person gonna really see for the most part. But it's like, everybody different, and it ain't no hate out there. It's just preference, because you got to look at the person every day, if that makes sense. They say Burnett said, facts, I'm also a barber too, so that matters to me also. Yeah, like the haircut situation is like me. I got a receding hairline. My shit, I got bald spots, so I gotta always cut my hair bald, so my shit look clean, and I just keep this and just line this up. But I do all that shit myself. But that's all. When I get, a clean cut, that's what I do for myself. But it's like, as long as my shit ain't busted, fam, if I'm finna be, talking to a female, going on a date, then it is what it is. But it's like, I feel like you should always, be clean cut. Your shoes should be straight, your pants. But like, who would do that? Like, who would wear some raggedy ass shoes to a date? It's like, bro, now what they be saying with what they be saying with Star Wars, let the it's a little saying, I forgot the damn saying, but like, let the force be with you. The hell, the force going against you if you already busted shit. It ain't really no. How I look at it is like, I told her, I shared with her, I said, me, when I date, I put a woman on a percentage. Like, I give a woman 100% until, she start lying, or little stuff that I feel like could be changed, and she just don't, neglectful about it. Then I start taking points off. So with me, I say, I could do it 80%, because that just 20% means what? That's even being lenient. 20% means I done seen some flaws, but I could work with it. But it's like, I would rather have a 90, whereas 10% of her personality or whatever is probably something that, whoop-de-woo ain't a big deal that I could deal with. But it's funny, I told the Libra that, and she said, that's the stupidest thing she's ever heard in her goddamn life. I said, oh, well, remember I told y'all, when you get with a Libra, don't matter if it's a man or a woman. If you're a woman and you with a Libra man, he or she is always going to challenge you as a Pisces, bro. Because y'all two different modality, you a water sign, she an air sign. And here's the thing, her modality is what? Cardinal, fam. So here, you gotta understand that she gonna, what I'm saying, she gonna be initiating all kind of shit that, she don't agree with something, she gonna say something. So it's always gonna go against what you're doing. And the thing about it is, she's gonna try to rewrite how you think. And see, when you a Pisces, you could feel this shit. And that's why you might feel like crashing out, or you might feel like, you know, you might feel like snapping, because you could feel that challenge of what she's doing is trying to make you think differently as a man. But it's like, she could be very suggestive and like, oh damn, you ain't never gonna find nobody thinking about that stupid shit. And I told her, oh, you ain't got what you don't get to dictate what the fuck happens to me and who I date, motherfucker. Because, you know, first off, if I feel something, I'm gonna talk to whoever the fuck I want to. And if my rules or my way of doing it, hey, if you don't like it, we can just hang the phone up in the story. See? Because I'd be damned if I let a woman sit there tell me, oh yeah, how I should think and how I should. You're like, who the hell is you? You think you Mufasa or something, fam? You better sit down somewhere. But it's like, I felt like, oh, so what I was gonna say is that the Libra with them scales, fam, they can disrupt the intuition, bro, of a Pisces if you let it, bro. Because everything that you tell her through lessons, she don't see it. She don't hear you. She don't know why you really saying what you saying, because it's like she just totally misses what the whole point. Because, you know, as Pisces, we speak in riddles. It's like we'll say something and it might sound stupid to somebody else's ears, but it's like really wisdom. It's like, you know, we might say something like, don't forget about the M on, like, don't forget about the M on the McDonald logo. And then we'll laugh because it's really like metaphoric, and like, you know, it could be something it's a lesson behind it while we saying that, but you don't get it. So instead of you trying to look, you know, you might not want to look stupid for not knowing what I'm saying. You want to, like, you want to diss it. Like, oh, what the hell does that mean? What is that? Or the person might just say you weird because they don't know what the hell you talking about. So, like I say, be careful, because the Libra can challenge your intuition. So when you come up with ideas and you share them, she might think like, oh, you bugging. Like, bro, you tweaking. She might think you autistic, all kind of shit. Like, so just be careful. Now, yeah, we definitely get the knowledge, but like, knowledge ain't for everybody, bro. I started to see this, like, that, you know, that superficial shit really is something that Libras are more prone to, because they don't really care about nothing but whatever, you know, the point is, if that makes sense. Like, she said that if you want to know what type of girl that you're dealing with, why don't you just ask her? I said, that's rude as fuck. Why the hell would I ask a girl, oh, are you into women? Like, and I don't know her? Hell no, I'm not gonna approach her like that. That's stupid as hell. That's like, that ain't even my business. That's me overstepping. But like, to me, it's like, if you want to know something like that, you gotta do like bits and pieces and like work your way to up to that question, not just openly just bust out and just say it. But that's what she said to me. She said, that's your problem. You care about what other people think about you. I said, not necessarily, but sometimes you do gotta care about what other people think, not in the way you thinking though, because people respond to you the way you think. The way you think about yourself. People respond to you in such a way, they show you through their behavior, their reaction, to show, oh, whether or not, you know, you doing something right or wrong. Or it could be somewhere people respond to you because you're aggressive. Now, all of a sudden, people can feel that shit. So through their reaction, they might even say to you, oh man, damn, you too aggressive, bro. You need to chill out. You wouldn't know what you need to work on unless somebody else said something that they saw in you that you did not see in yourself, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's like, that's why I said everybody not gonna understand you, bro. Not everybody's wise, bro. Not everybody is that deep. You know, like I said, with Pisces, we very, very deep when it comes to like knowledge and the shit that we think about on a day-to-day. And to somebody that's just surface level, you know, closed-minded, fam, they they don't want to go that deep, bro. They want to keep everything on the surface. And what be pissing me off, I ain't gonna lie to you, is people that will rather talk about like gossip and like other shit that I have no interest in. They'll rather gossip about a motherfucker, and then they get all into the conversation, and it'd be like, see, that's that bullshit, bro. Like, motherfucker want to talk about somebody else so bad, but like, damn, you can't hold a conversation about the world and the universe. It's like, to the point where I noticed that with Libra, it was like, she said she was having a bad day, and I basically was, you know, being a typical Pisces. I'm like, well, what happened? And then she was like, well, I don't want to talk about it. It was just a bad day, though. I said, it couldn't have been that bad if you don't want to talk about it. And she was like, well, I just don't want to talk about it. Like, but she said, oh, it was just long. She was like, but I really don't know why it was bad. That's why I said with Libra, I don't mean no disrespect. Hell, my sister's a Libra. And just a little airheadish could see, sometimes Libra can say things that make no sense because they basically are doing both of what they're saying that they won't do. So it's like they might say, oh, I don't like to change signals when I'm driving. Then why are you driving then? Because just sometimes when I'm going left, I really want to go right. And when I go right, I really want to go left. Okay, so then you do use signals. You just don't like to. Well, yeah. And it's like, come on, bro. It's the way they say it. It's like the way they say it and the way they feel it's completely a contradiction, see, within itself, to where they say it wrong based on how they feel it, if that makes sense. So sometimes it's like they can say something and it's like they really can react to their own emotions within themselves. And that shit is like crazy. Because it's like they can be like, damn, they could be upset that they're in their emotions. You know, like to the point where it ain't got shit to do with nobody else. It's because they feeling like, oh, somebody made them feel some type of way. So now they're upset because they're in their own, you know, they're in their own emotions. And it's almost like maybe they don't like to be there or don't like to be challenged or faced with a conflict within themselves, because that's where the conflict is always at. It always lives inside of them. So it's like a Pisces could, a Pisces, a Libra could be irritated because they feel like somebody not understanding them. So the moment they feel a little stressed, they not gonna just say, oh yeah, I'm stressed or you pissing me off. They gonna make it seem like, oh, I'm irritated, but not really saying what they irritated about. And it's like for you to connect the dots. And then it's almost like, even if you were to tell them, hey, I know what's going on with you, they're gonna tell you, no, you don't. And it's like, okay, well, doesn't really sound like you're trying to feel better. So it's like you're just choosing to say that you having a bad day with no solution, you know, whatsoever. And it's almost like, well, you could not possibly be having a bad day. Maybe you want it to be bad enough so that you could control, you know, other people's emotions, where you don't want to be, you know, piled up on with other people's situations. So you just gotta be careful, because Libra could really have you thinking inside out, if that makes sense. But another thing I would say is well, okay, so if a Pisces, like I say, finds peace, then oftentimes they can, choose that over constant drama. If a Pisces ever says, hey, I'm protecting my peace, usually that's the type of version you're going to get. So if, like, let's say the old version used to argue with you or just, walk away. It's like, well, hey, depending on which one they're doing, they might just, hey, stop arguing, but then they just walk away. So it's like, well, you used to get an argument out of them, now you don't. Now they can have learned their own worth. So, after being hurt too many times, Pisces just develop, stronger boundaries and self-respect. And that's a whole new version of them. So it's like people can think like, well, damn, you acting funny, or now you showing me a whole nother side of you, which they are. But you just like, you're not getting that same treatment that you used to get because you didn't appreciate it. But I ain't gonna lie, man, being over here, it's pretty active over here, man. It's a lot of traffic, a lot of people bombarded over here tonight. I ain't gonna lie to you. But so yeah, I feel like I still, talking to her over the phone, it's just like I'll say this, you get used to being okay with you. Like, if you're a Pisces, you get used to being yourself. But it's like some people make it hard for you to like be yourself, bro, because they don't know how to appreciate or just like keep things cool. Where Pisces, if they feel like you're trying to control them or trying to control how they think, but she was just saying, like, if you look at those type of things, she basically was saying, like, if you're looking at feet and toes not being done, then you're always looking for mistakes. You're never gonna find somebody, you're never gonna find somebody because you're basically looking for flaws. But that sounds more like that's how she feels versus the rest of the world of how they feel, because obviously we wouldn't know. But it's like she feels offended or she feels insecure by what I'm saying. Goes back to feeling something in it because, whatever I'm saying got her feeling like she ain't good enough, or that she, if her toes ain't done, so she gonna be, reactive to that of what I'm telling her, because she knows hers aren't done, and she don't give a fuck about them being done. So of course that type of statement that comes from me, she's gonna be totally against it. See, which is absolutely cool, but I ain't gonna be messing with her. That's the whole outcome, because it's like, if I was her and I had the situation going on, if I, it's just like, say, if it's a female situation, if you don't care about it, own it. Okay, you just say you don't give a fuck about that type. I don't really care. Hey, my toes gonna look raggedy and I don't give a fuck. Woo de woo. I just say, okay, well, you have a good life. Have a good day. In a story, in a conversation. Because I feel like you, Pisces, as you gotta set that boundary, fam. If it's something that you don't want, you're not interested in, let that shit be known. Stand on it. It's like, I understand not everybody gonna want what you want, but that's okay. That's why that's why I said they're not for you. Okay? Cool. Because me, I always say that it's some things that you're not going to in life. There's some things that you're just not going to settle. Don't never settle for something you don't want, bro. Even if it's just one little thing, bro. You know exactly how you feel about certain stuff, bro. It's always, meant for you to at least try to get 10 out of 10 and shit. If you can't, get 8 out of 10. But never settle for anything less than, because if you lower your standards, then you're going to end up getting something you don't want all the times. It's like, it's going to be something that's like, damn, here we go again. it's like, but I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Like, I feel like part of me was starting to get upset talking to her, bro. I almost hung up on her ass because, like, in my mind, like, shit, you trying to, like, you getting disrespectful because you don't like what I said, bro. And it's like, I feel like a lot of people be doing that. Like, they don't like what you be saying. And then it's like, oh, they want to get all rowdy with you. But, like, I noticed my, the Pisces dude that was out, that I was cool with, I noticed that I haven't heard from him. And it's crazy because I feel like, you know, when you, like, he got whiff that I had a YouTube channel and, you know, little things like that. But, like, I feel like success, it always breeds jealousy because, like, when you start doing something that the other person isn't doing, you know, it comes to a point where the person feel like, you know, they may feel like you got something going on that they don't. But it's stupid to me because, like, I always can see it in a person's actions when you realize they're not consistent, bro. Like, what made you change or switch up? Oh, you didn't find out I got a YouTube channel. Now you just decided that, oh, you know, I ain't cool with this person. Cause like I said, if you ain't heard from them, that mean that shit, it is what it is. That person obviously don't like something about, you know, the current situation. But it was just funny to me that was that, you know, the person's, you know, stopped reaching out. So I realized, like, damn, that's why you. And the crazy thing was, I wasn't even trying to tell this person about my channel. It was just that I had the link within my my bio, my Discord, and person got whiff of it. But they were like, when they see my channel, they was like, damn, you know, you got 10,000 subscribers. I was like, well, it's not, you know, it's like, to me, a lot of people be like bragging on, like, they be bragging about the subscriber thing, bro. Like, I be feeling like I'm grateful, but bro, like, 10, it's to me, it's still considered a small channel, bro. I mean, yeah, 10,000, I'm sure other people would be like, well, 10,000 is a lot, but it's like, I'm very grateful for it. But it's like, in my eyes, it's still like, it's still, how can I say it? Yes, it's a small channel. To me, it's still gotta grow to the point where most people settle. Like, I ain't gonna lie, some people, they'll look at a situation like that and they'll be like, oh man, you know, they get so excited. And it's like, bro, you gotta still grind, bro. Like, you gotta grind even harder, fam. Even when you reach a plateau to a certain, you know, situation, you get 10K, bro, you gotta grind even more to get to, you know, 15 to 20K, like, and higher, fam. But it's like, you can't get too excited or just be like, you know, because a lot of times you'll just stop producing because you just feel like you reached a high status or a high, you know, amount of whatever it is. But I be more focused on the content, bro, to the point where I be feeling like, you know, give good content. That's what keep me going. Give good content, because, like, subscribers matter, but it's like, it really matter who your real audience is, like, who your real supporters. Out of the 10,000, bro, you might only have like 50, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, yo, out of the 10,000 subscribers that I have, I ain't gonna lie, it's probably about maybe 30 like solid supporters, the ones that really been with me since, like, when I had low subscribers. So it's like, you gotta know, like, everybody that has subscribers is on a handful of people that really support you, family. It is what it is. So you can't look at, oh yeah, I got 10K, because you could have You can have majority haters following, you know, subscribing, but that don't mean they support you. That don't mean that's your main audience, to the point where, like, I was thinking about doing subscriber only lives, you know, but I gotta wait until I get, you know, till I get more so I get, you know, bigger, or however you say it, first, because I don't have that traction, the traction that I feel I should have to you know, to lead up to that. And that's why I be telling people as well, it's like, you you gotta be, you gotta think about all that, bro. You can't just do stuff like just because it sound good and you like, oh yeah. You gotta look at your situation and be like, okay, well, if you got a huge following, by all means, and do subscriber only, boop de woo. But if you only got like 1 or 2 people that really supports you, you don't need to do that, because you don't have enough people, you know, trailing. You don't have enough traction like that, you know, traffic or whatnot. But that's why I say, like, but yeah, I was thinking about subscriber only because I feel like, you know, eventually I'll get to that. But it's like right now. But I do got the memberships or whatnot, but it's still like, it's still in the process of me figuring out what the hell I'm gonna do as far as my services, because I did change some things, but like I'm trying to take this to the next level. But it's like, I'm gonna tell you, the placement in my chart that really be fucking me up is my Sagittarius stellium, fam, because like, I could start doing something, bro, and then I ain't gonna lie to you. There's one thing when you start being like super creative to the point where you start like wanting to do something different in spite of the first project. But you got, remember I said, you gotta always finish, you gotta finish the first goal first. See, complete the first goal. But like, when you got a Sagittarius stellium, you start like having like big, huge ideas that you be like, damn, you know, I gotta finish the first one. But you be so quick to pivot and start the other projects. But that's why, like, when I did the Zodiac Hotline, that's my other channel. And then I still got Team Pisces in my back pocket. But those were all just like, if something ever were to happen to this channel, I will always have those other channels as backups. So it's like, that was the only reason I made them other channels. But like, man, if I already know the Zodiac Hotline will be off, man. That shit will really be like booming, fam. Like, that channel will be, I think it will be bigger than this one, fam, because y'all don't know the vision that I have for that channel, fam. That and I'm doing it slowly, taking my time and just doing it slowly, because, bro, I'm telling you, that channel gonna pop, fam. Like, a huge, I can already see it, because I already know the vision, fam. And it's like, that's why I be saying, like, when you come up with a good idea, write that shit down and start it right away for somebody else take it, bro. I swear to y'all, bro, every single idea that I've had before now came to pass through somebody else, bro. I remember when I was like 16 years old, and I was talking about the cooking dance, where, you know, you seen people doing the little cooking dance, and then all of a sudden, who did I see, you know, as far as an artist? Lil B, the bass god, he ended up doing the freaking the little dance, and then blew up off of it. But I had that vision way before he did, fam, and was trying to get me and my cousin to do the video on YouTube, and my cousin was bullshitting, because it was like, we was trying to do have a cameraman, but at that time I didn't really have the knowledge about, oh, like, how I could have used the tripod, whoop-de-woo. And at that time I didn't have the finances together to get the, you know, the phone, the right recorder, you know, phone recorder or whatnot, video recorder. Yeah, so that's why I be saying, you sit on ideas, somebody else gonna end up taking it and end up starting it, fam. I've noticed that, bro. Like, you ain't the only one that's coming up with ideas, bro. It's people that literally they might come up with the same idea, and it's like, boom, they started, and then it'd be too late. Be too late to uh to do it yourself. Then yeah, it's yeah, Miss Hawkins, you said, why you worried about where the grown man sleep? Who said that? Oh, okay, because Space said, are you sleeping in your car? Never seen you stream inside of anywhere. I mean, I used to stream inside. See, I used to stream. Those of you that know me from day one, I used to stream in the crib, but like I used to do my lives different because I had more like, which I might start going back to doing that, but like I say, it was much more it was different, but it's like, I don't know how to say it, man. It's like I might start doing reaction videos too, but it's like I just gotta, you got to have a personality to do reactions. It's not something you can just be like monotone and just like, oh yeah, look, I'm you gotta react and have the personality with it to do good reactions, if that makes sense. That's what I think. You got some people that just sit there and just, they don't really say much, but it's all about the entertainment that comes with the reaction videos that people oftentimes don't really do enough. But it's like, you just can't be quiet and just, nothing, no type of, vibe coming off you doing those. But like I say, I do got a webcam, and I can go live at that crib, but it's just like, I always be outside. So, and me, I'm restless. I, got a Sagittarius stellium. I don't really sleep much, but I sleep maybe a few hours, and then I be right back in my car because that's just my routine. So it's like, with me, like last night, I was up all night long. And yeah, I did a video. Then yeah, so I was up all night long until like 9 a.m. And then I finally went to sleep like at 10 a.m. Then I woke back up at like 6. And then I went to work. So I ended up working the night shift. But like, I be wired. That's why, like, like right now, I always be saying this, right now feels like your 8 a.m. like, or 9 a.m. I'm wide awake, bro, to the point where, like I say, I be doing my little Uber, whatnot. But like, what I was saying with the whole Pisces, and I'm gonna do a part 2 to this, because I'm gonna do a video to this as well, because like I say, I know, once again, I've been yapping, but as you guys know, I'm gonna put that as the might change my name to, and I know I'm kidding, I'm not gonna change my name, but I'm just saying I do be yapping now. So everybody that might feel some type of way, it is what it is, bro. I like to talk. So and I'm long-winded. So if you tend to go to sleep or I relax you, who knows what the future holds. Maybe I'll do a ASMR type of channel. But yeah, that's just, that's the thing. So yeah, so another update, man. I don't know what the hell going on with the Libra. I mean, I said the Libra, the Leo. I don't know what's going on with the Leo that I was talking to, man. That's been bad. I don't know what it means if a woman hits you up and just, mean to you every single day, man. I don't know what to do about that. I I don't know what to do about that, y'all. But end up what? Breaking up with the person. Okay, thank you for coming out, Eloise. Yeah, but yeah, so I do have, let me see what I got, y'all. So basically, when you don't get the same Pisces, you won't get the same Pisces twice. What I was basically saying is that once you mess up with the Pisces in regards to you doing them wrong, you don't get the same version. So most people think as they reconcile or they, get another chance from a Pisces, usually it's not even another chance because it's not going to be the same. So that's why I tell people to just like, if you're not happy with that new version of Pisces, then it's not meant for y'all to even talk. It's not meant for you to go along with it, because I will say most people expect that they'll get the same version. And then they're like, oh, damn, part 2 came out and I had no idea. Oh, only when the shit went left, and then now the person is completely changed, and it happens so fast because that's how Pisces are. They heal quick. So it's like, next thing you know, now that they're healed, you might feel the difference, and that shit might hurt you to the point where you will really see like, damn, they're really not the same. So what a Pisces can do is make you feel like y'all were never together, bro. Because like I say, with a Pisces woman, especially if she detached emotionally, and that was, let's say she was all feeling and, willing to go down beneath the depths, concerning the connection, only till now she didn't detach emotionally. That's the second version of herself, and she gives you only that, fam. That's like walking on hot coals, bro. Barefooted, because it's gonna hurt for you to feel that she's not giving you the same version anymore. Ms. Hawkins said, Pisces are the most authentic first impression. As time go and we get to know, we'll adapt fast. Facts. And that's the thing. We also adapt fast and we move on fast. So it's almost like you could best believe that the Pisces are already, factoring in their new, their new person, their new man or woman, because you might think that, oh yeah, you really got a second chance, but here's the thing, like, a Pisces could give you hope when there is none, to where it's like some people think they've gotten over, they've won something, or beat a Pisces to the punch, and realize that the Pisces only gave you the illusion that you were winning when you never were. So it's like, it could be a situation that plays itself out by you being on the losing end when you thought you had the upper hand in the situation. Whether you cheated, whether you lied, betrayed the Pisces in some sort of way. Now, I'm not saying that all Pisces are innocent, but for the most part, Pisces be having, it's like they have their heart ain't the way, it's not the way to be, somebody of that nature that's like cruel or something like that. So most Pisces do have, the right mindset going into a situation, but usually they get hurt in such a way because they trust the wrong person. And that only happens because sometimes the Pisces can be naive to who gets the potential, because they could feel they might feel the potential is why they picked the wrong partner, because they like, okay, this person got issues, but okay, we can heal and, pray and mend this and, build this together. But you can't do that, because what that shows is you setting no boundaries, because you got to protect yourself first before you can, protect and help somebody find their inner self. And so it's like you can't do the work for them. So that's why I said, like, when you try to save your partner, that's not always good, because they got to want that for themselves. But it's like sometimes a Pisces might look at a person and be like, damn, I don't want to be cruel. I want to like really put a smile on this person's face, or I really feel like they'll be a good father for their children, or whatever the case may be. But it's like, don't dissolve all your boundaries and sacrifice just for that, just for the potential that you see, uh, you know, uh, just for the potential that you see the person in, because it's like you could be picking the wrong person, and then you end up believing your own illusion of that situation, and then it don't even turn out like that. Then it's like you become disappointed when it don't go the way you thought it was gonna go, because you was never supposed to give that person that that type of chance, if that makes sense, in the first place. Life out of context said AI experience different with the Pisces. I don't think it's astrologically specific thing. Okay, what was the experience? Ms. Hawkins said, I believe we are naturally 48 laws of power. We play chess without even trying. We always win, even when people think we took a L. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, taking an L, ain't nothing wrong taking the L, because it's not a loss to us. It's the lesson. So it's like we could take the lesson and say, okay, well, it's better for me to take the lesson. If I lose, it's best for me to take the lesson as a loss. See, it's like, okay, because I'm going to learn from my lesson, and then I'm going to come back stronger. So this ain't even finna happen no more, because now I'm going to set a boundary there, and now the person going to know about it. So you won't fall for the same mistake twice. And that's wisdom, because at that moment, Glance, you're operating out of out of a higher state of consciousness at that point, because most people, they're not going to do that. So what separates y'all? Y'all both being human? No. The fact that you use wisdom. See, wisdom is you taking your lesson, you learn from it, you learn what to do and what not to do, so that the cycle doesn't repeat itself. See, so once you master that, it never happens again. See, as soon as somebody starts to, you know, as soon as you see somebody trying to do that, you instantly stop them and tell them, hey, I'm not the one. I'm not tolerating that. Nope, not doing it. And as soon as you cut them off like that in such a way, it shows growth. It shows, hey, back then I would be somebody that would take that shit, but now I don't even let it get near me. I don't even let it come near me. So it's almost like taking a loss. Just stop looking at it as a loss and look at it as a lesson learned, fam. That's why I'd be like, oh, change your perspective of how you see things, because everybody else seeing losses, you just seeing lessons, and then you like, well, hey, this is gonna protect me for next time, because I ain't finna let nobody treat me like this from the beginning. If I did, it only gonna happen one time, but I'm not letting it happen twice, because that pattern is what makes you, it makes you fail, because you keep doing the same thing. That's what Albert Einstein was trying to tell us, is that if you want something different to happen in your life, stop seeing the potential and just do something different. Some of the I say some of the like greatest, like, of the, far as like the Albert Einsteins to the Steve Jobs, like, folks really can say something simple and it's like worth $1,000,000, because that wisdom will last a lifetime. Because it's like, you can't, if you keep doing the same thing expecting different results, it's insanity. And that we learned that from Albert Einstein. So it's like, you gotta do something different to get something that you never had, fam. See, it's like, You want to get abs, you want to get built, you want to get buff, you want to get muscles, you got to do something different, bro, other than what you're doing right now. See, it's like you can't expect to get something doing the same old thing that you've been doing, obviously. So that's why I said if you want to truly change your situation, you have to change first. But it's like that's better because that requires action. So when you just start to see potential, you're not really, taking any actions. You're not making any necessary actions. So you're just talking. That's why I be saying, like, bro, anybody can just see some shit, but like, are you actually out here doing it to actually, show the faith in it? But appreciate that, Miss Hawkins. Life out of context said, long story short, she had other potential suitors before and after, and communication wasn't a strong suit. Weaponized tears would end attempts at it, talking it out ultimately led to a downfall. And that was with which sign again? Oh, you said it was with the Pisces. Now, I just did yesterday I just talked about that, because if a Pisces woman, like, if it became a situation where she didn't express how she felt about the situation, then what that usually means is that it's over. See? So it's like that. Some people think that once a Pisces get to that point, that that the situation gonna fix itself, and that's not what is gonna happen. It's pretty much over, bro, because once the trust, it don't even matter if it was your fault or her fault. Once it becomes an issue, fam, is usually, like I say, a Pisces, they're gonna wash their hands from it and just call it a loss, bro. Lesson learned. Because you know you don't know what the Pisces is feeling, because you're basically not them, and they don't really know what you're feeling. But it's like all they know is that it's not working out, and it's like with Pisces, it's like more of a one and done. So you can't always get that conversation, like that expression to the point where, oh, I feel like you're doing this, especially if you're not fully emotionally connected to her in the first place. Because if she doesn't feel emotionally safe to speak to you about how she feels, she is not doing it, bro, whatsoever. Like, that's kind of like the awesome thing about Pisces woman, because she she really shows you a different way of expression, bro, to the point where anybody just can't just be with her, because, bro, you got to be somewhat emotional to understand her in the first place. It's like, if you're not a person that really don't like to show your emotions, you ain't gonna want, like I say, the Pisces woman's last one that you would want to, that you should deal with, because she will make you start feeling shit if you don't feel nothing, bro. It's like, and that really can, alchemize your whole conscious into actually feeling things, is like that you never even felt, that you feel, that you may not have felt in the first place. Like, you might have thought that, hey, I don't have no emotions, and I don't let shit bother me, and oh, I don't cry, and next thing you know, God forbid, somebody pass in your family, and then you're like, oh damn, my boy, or hey man, such this situation just happened, and it's a unpleasant situation to talk about. Well, Pisces woman might tell you, oh, you got to get that out. You got to grieve. Like, otherwise that can be bad for your health if you don't grieve, because you gotta grieve to heal. So it's like, You don't want to crash out because you didn't grieve, or you didn't you didn't give yourself time to grieve, or give yourself a chance to. So it's like a Pisces woman or man can help you get in touch with your emotions, fam, to the point where you won't always just be feeling some shit but not even able to express it either, like, because that's what's going to require the energy. Yeah, definitely. Nicole said people don't like to hear that. They usually try to attack you in a passive aggressive way, so that's why this. Yeah, that's the way I was trying to say, like, that's the reason why a Pisces woman or man will just end up creating the distance from you. See, because that communicates to you better than them actually communicating to you, if that makes sense. Like, when you distance yourself from a situation, you're communicating. When you're not expressing yourself, you're communicating. When you don't communicate by speaking, in your actions, you're still communicating. So that's why Pisces won't say nothing, and that's the answer. So it's like, if you don't hear her speaking about it, what does that mean? We're done. And that's why I be telling people, like, bro, it's people might look at a Pisces and just think like surface level and just not understand a Pisces and think we're weird and, oh yeah, what the hell is going on? Like, you just you just left and just didn't say nothing. And it's like, no, that's not even the case. It's like they don't feel like nothing needs to be said, because over explaining, it leaves room for another mistake and another mistake and another mistake. And that explaining just shows you that you have no boundaries. That's why Pisces doesn't give closure. When you give closure, that you're not setting a boundary. Nobody even knows that, oh, that they shouldn't do that. So closure is like, it really hides the boundary, and it gives the person a false impression that, hey, I could do it again if I get another chance. So that's why the Pisces be like, nope, you ain't getting another chance, because we not finna run it back, fam. And most of the people they be trying to scam you for that shit, and trying to, that's the only reason they want another chance. It ain't never about making the relationship better, because that's why they did the fuck shit in the first place. They just want another chance to mess it up and slow you down from meeting somebody else. So that's why I be saying, like, be careful who you call bae. Be careful who you call bae. Let me see here. I gotta get something to eat, y'all. I'm like, need something, because, bro, I only ate, like, what did I eat earlier? I don't even know. I think I had, like, oh yeah, I did have like a sandwich, but that's all I had, bro. I gotta get at least something from here, bro. Why wait? Damn, I see they done went up on their prices. I ain't gonna lie to you. I gotta get some. I'm gonna just get this look. Let me see here. Diet. I don't even want no damn. Yeah, I do gotta get the diet, I guess. Hold on, y'all. My fault. I had to. Let me see. I just gotta pay for this real quick. Hold on. I know it's on this phone. I gotta do. I always have to use Apple Pay and shit, because I don't trust, like, swiping my card nowhere. I already got scammed doing that shit. Like, when you be going to get food and shit, you gotta be careful, because a person can have one of them damn
Bluetooth swiper
on them and shit, and they can steal your money. So it ain't no joke. Let me see, oh shit. Yeah, they could I got a code is SB20. Yeah, y'all. I always order my shit through the app, fam, because I don't like placing my orders, man. I just be like ordering my shit on the mobile app, fam. It's 2026, not 67, bro. Y'all know why they be saying that when they say it ain't 67, bro. 67 is like witchcraft, bro. A bunch of witchcraft and shit. But like, hey, how you doing? All right. Yeah, my mouth done got super dry, man. But yeah, I had to get something to eat, bro. Diet Dr. Pepper, man. Diet Dr. Pepper is the best drink, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Dead homies. What the heck was that? Now it got me thinking it was a damn spider in this mug. I'm just playing. It couldn't be no damn spiders I had. He said it was a spider in my car earlier, but no. Matter of fact, I gotta put my portable charger on this phone, bro. Let me see. This is my little portable charger right here. So I be having to keep these on deck because, bro, when you doing these like driving gigs and shit, you gotta have extra chargers and shit. But yeah, man, relationships ain't what they are. They ain't always like you really gotta lock in, fam. And it's like, man, I ain't gonna lie to you. If I had known that my appreciate it. Oh, thank you. If I had known that, how can I say it? That back in the day when I was talking to that Sagittarius, bro, if I had known she was a Sag, bro, like, and knew that it wasn't really a good match for Pisces, like, ultimately, I would have never talked to her, bro. I would have never talked to her, bro. That wench almost got me killed, bro. Like, I'm not even lying to y'all. Like, how do I tell you, fam? And shit, bro, it's like, you know what's crazy? I done almost lost my life twice, bro, from a Sagittarius, bro. I don't know what it is. Almost got me killed, bro, because I feel like I just be like, bro, just be careful what sign that you surround yourself with, bro. And like I be noticing too, like when I be around Leos and like different signs, bro, I can already feel like we ain't got shit in common, bro. Like it don't even be like nothing to talk about, nothing to relate to. And like, I don't know, bro. And people be, the craziest thing about, see, this is why I say, like, when you being yourself, bro, people gonna always gonna try to say you weird and like, but it's like, how do I tell you, like, bro, this is me, this is how I think on a day-to-day, bro, that this is not no damn character or me gimmicking nothing. No, hell no. I'm literally being myself, and really this is what the type of shit I talk about on a day-to-day. But it's crazy is when you think you could share that type of, you when you when you try to share something like that to somebody, bro, you can't, bro. It's like you gotta keep that type of any type of shit about yourself is personal, and it's like when you are somewhat vulnerable and you just telling somebody like thinking that it's something cool, like just like back in the day when you used to have a science project, or like if you had art class and you just created something, painted something, and you show or show and tell what you painted, why you chose what you chose. It's like, bro, people are quick to say that shit ass, oh man, damn, what the fuck is this, and all that type of shit, to where it's like, damn, bro, all of that just for telling a person what you interested in, fam, because that's you. Then it's like, what I don't like about this world, bro, is like, why, and I'm gonna tell you why I said it was an illusion, bro, because it's so easy for people to get caught up in the wrong shit, bro, that your life can be sped up or slowed down just by making the wrong, or the wrong decision, bro. And here's the funny part: nobody even telling you what the damn right decision is until it's too late, fam. That's why I said, like, you gotta get the lesson out of everything, fam. It's a lesson to every single thing, to keep you from losing your goddamn life, to keep you from losing your mind, fam. It's like, and I ain't gonna lie to you. Do you even if you got the truth, even if you got all the answers, even if you have everything, the most of everything, bro, it's still, you still got to, like, you still got to know that nobody gonna put you up on nothing, bro. Nobody gonna tell you when to turn left and when to turn right to avoid shit, bro. But everything is like, even if you have access to everything, bro, you still not safe. It's almost like, if you really think about it, why would a rich man be miserable? Like, make it make sense. Why would a rich man be miserable, having had like all that wealth, all that money, and still cry, still can cry just like you and I, still could be upset, still could be bored, still could be, you know what I'm saying, to the point where, damn, what's the difference? It's a big difference, bro. That's what I'm saying. You could be fooled into thinking that all that shit of lifestyles, bro, are all illusions, bro. It's an illusion. Cause you like, damn, hey, this was the life. And you like, damn, everybody lifestyle is different, bro. Everybody think that's, shit that people try to, numb down and try to make it seem like, oh, it's just we're just going to the bar and having a drink, bro. It's all kind of shit that can go bad, bro, at that fucking bar, that you ain't even looking at, you ain't even thinking about, because you just thinking it's just a drink. No, bro, one thing led to another. You might fuck around and take a stranger home, fam. You might do something stupid because you just thinking dumb. It's like, bro, everything based on how you think, bro. Why you think it's people out here that ain't got no kids, bro? And that's no disrespect to somebody that does. It's just saying that, okay, we on two different timings, bro. I don't got no, like I said, I don't got no kids. So people be, getting up, they be trying to make it seem like, oh, what you waiting for? Bro, listen, bro. I ain't waiting for shit, bro. If it happen, it happen. If it don't, it don't. But damn, you already 40 something. But it's like, bro, don't worry about how old I am, fam. I'm 40. I'm 40 in the flesh, but shit, in my mind, shit, I'm probably 1,002. Shit, I'm probably 1,002. I might feel like King Thor or something, fam. Like, just off my whole mindset. But it's like, people be just looking at stuff thinking you supposed to do the same shit that somebody else supposed to be, that they're doing. And no, I'm not. I refuse to do the same shit I see somebody else doing, bro. Just because, bro. Like, what is the purpose, bro? You gotta see the purpose in what you're doing. You gotta want to know why you doing that. Like me, I wouldn't go to a fucking bar because, bro, what are we gonna do at the bar? I'd rather sit in my car and have a drink if I'm gonna drink. I don't need to be sitting around a bunch of strangers and forced to, forced to sit in somebody else's fucking face that I probably don't even want to sit in front of or talk to. But that's, like I say, if you try and get to know people, I don't see nothing entertaining about it. Then people might say, well, you don't know what entertaining is then. Bro, I done did that. I've already done that shit already. I've been to bars, several of them. It's not fun to me, bro. Well, they got darts and you can always play pool. I'm good, fam. I'm good on that. I play that shit on my phone. They got apps, apps that you can play. But it's like, bro. But now I ain't gonna lie. If you say it's gonna be naked females and some other shit going on, then I might go. I might. See, because interest. There's the certain things that you might find that can make a situation different. But if I ain't got nothing to look at, fam, I don't want to go. What am I going for? That's why I say you gotta do something because you really want to go and you getting something out of it. You get entertained, in your own way, not because somebody else wants you to go. Or just wants you to follow what they're doing. Never want to be the follower, fam. You always want to, go do your own thing, do what you have fun doing. And guess what? Even if it's absolutely nothing. If you're sitting in your fucking car, like me, which a lot of people do, and that's your thing, bro, by all means, the weather permits, do it. See? But it's like, I ain't gonna lie. I don't have tinted windows yet, but like, it's a lot of people that do be eyeballing me and like, looking over and shit. I just ignore them, fam, because what they gonna do? They not gonna change what I'm doing. They ain't gonna change what I'm doing, and they could keep looking, fam. I'm gonna look right back at them. Shit, like, it's a 24-hour fucking anytime fitness, man. I could park here. I ain't finna get no ticket. Woo. And shit, the dude literally sat in his car and he just watching me, fam. Like, I guess he saw me sit here like all the way to the morning time. I'm like, bro, damn, he gonna just sit there and just look at the wall and shit, bro. I'm in my fucking phone, bro. If you don't get the fuck back. Damn, man, look, have your own shit going on. Because if you watching me for 4 hours, that let me know you ain't got shit going on. So I must be that goddamn entertaining to look at for you to waste 4 hours of your time watching me. So that's why I be saying, bro, I do, everybody perspective of what you should be doing with your time is almost like it's arrogance, bro, to the point where don't worry about why the fuck I'm sitting in my car. It's because the fuck I want to sit in my own fucking car. And if I want to go live, that's what I do. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing else. I don't put people in my business, bro. I never, and like I say, I don't want people seeing what the fuck in my house. I might have shit in my house that I don't want people to know I got. Shit, it's all kind of shit, you know? Me personally, I live my life like this. I'm only gonna show you what I want you to see, fam. I'm never gonna show you shit like bragging and doing dumb shit and like, nah, bro. That's how Pop Smoke got killed, fam. I'm not finna post nothing, then, oh yeah, somebody get whiff of my address or something. Like, bro, I ain't got time for that, bro. So that's why I say, like, you gotta be smart, fam. Like, and like I say, if it get old, hey, by all means, shit, if it get old and hey, if I realize the change has happened, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it work, hey, we been chilling. But like I never say that it's gonna be something forever, cause ain't nothing promised, fam. Shit, you know, ain't nothing promised. But like all I said, all of that to say is that be yourself, bro. Because like I knew when I was younger, fam, that I already knew I wasn't gonna be fitting in with nothing or nobody because just by the way I think, fam, is like way different, fam. So like, you know, I I stick to my principles. I stick to what I'm already, what works. And it's like, bro, it's not for everybody, bro. It's a lot of people that will see what I'm doing and then say, I don't see how you could sit in your car. I don't see how you could do this. I don't see whoop de whoop, bro. Like, and not one time would I ever say something judgmental about you. And it's like, bro, literally, if that's somebody's thing, that's somebody's thing, bro. But you gonna question a dog that likes to sit in his cage, bro? That's the dog way. That's the dog. That's what he want to do. Shit. Obviously, if it got boring to him and he didn't like it, his ass wouldn't be in there. In the story, fam. You got a situation like just because you don't see yourself doing that, don't be trying to judge and trying to, think something wrong with it because you don't do it. Like, bro, you know. But it's like, to me, following people, bro, going with the flow and following folks, bro. I begin to realize that shit could get you killed, bro. Just going along with stuff and not stopping to hit the brakes and say, wait a minute, is this something that I actually want to do? Or am I just following along, going along with something, fam? Because it could be like you could be influenced just because you don't have interest, You might not have anything to do, and a person can easily influence you to smoke, try some shit, do something that you have absolutely no interest in. So that's why I be saying, like, bro, that's scary. To me, that's scary, fam, when like, you don't have the things in your heart to know that, damn, I'll never do this or I'll never try this. Like, it's so many things that have been presented to me that I done said no thank you, fam. All kinds of shit. Somebody tried to get me to try rollers. Some people try to get me, bro. So much shit that I done turned down. No thank you, no thank you, no thank you, no thank you, fam. And that's you setting boundaries, bro. Because you like, damn, had I really would have overstepped my own fucking boundary by letting somebody influence me with some some shit that could possibly make me sick or or something that could have took my life, fam. Like, that's why I'm like, yo, you gotta it's not always good to be hanging out with folks, bro, that don't have the same interests or close enough because, bro, I really, like I shared a story that there was this Aquarius that I used to know, and I believe something that I felt like he laced the weed because, you never know how folks be evil like that, bro. Like, anybody could be a snake, bro. It could be somebody familiar. It could be somebody that's unfamiliar. That's like just based off of trust, bro, alone, fam. Like, trusting the wrong person. But anyway, I felt like he laced the weed because this was a while back out, this wasn't something recently, but what ended up happening was, bro, I only took like 2 hits off the blunt, bro. And like everything was fine at first. And then like an hour later, bro, I just started coughing, bro. I had a cough that I couldn't get rid of for like months, bro. Like, and somebody heard me coughing. They was like, "Yo, you should go get that checked out, bro. That don't sound good, bro. You been coughing for a minute, fam. You been coughing like for months." I'm like, "Yeah, I know." So next thing you know, his brother got out of jail. I'm like, "Yo, I try to basically find out what the fuck is going on." I'm like, "Yo, bro, you know anything about this, bro?" And he's like, nah, why? I'm like, I said, "Cause he didn't get sick. Like he didn't get, man, I was ill for a minute. But like what I started doing was using Bromlin, fam, through it with pineapple and like trying to clear out my my lungs, the situation with the whole coughing, bro. Cause this cough was like a dry cough, but it was like it felt like I couldn't get rid of it, bro. So I know he either sprayed some shit on there or he laced it with some type of thing. And then somebody told me it sounded as if he had put some antifreeze on that shit because they said that the same shit happened to somebody they knew and they was like they they had put some other shit on it. So I knew then like, oh yeah, definitely he had to have done something to that weed. But karma. See, this is why I be telling people stop playing with folks and stop doing shit because you don't know if these people are covered by God, bro. Because man, what happened to him, bro? Afterwards, dude lost his house, all kind of shit. He ended up having to sleep inside of an abandoned house, bro. Where had the nerve to have like 2 fucking dogs while sleeping in an abandoned house where dog shit all over the floors, all kind of just a bad living situation to the point where that's karma, bro. You out here lacing, trying to kill folks, bro, and getting people sick on purpose, bro. You fuck around, lose everything, bro. That's why I be saying, like, bro, be careful how you out here doing, treating people, bro, because you never know who's chosen, bro. And it's like, even people that, they'll hear me talking about signs, bro. Or if I just say, like, what's your zodiac sign? A person would be like, oh, they think you the devil or they think you Satan himself. If you say something about, oh, what's your zodiac sign? I asked the lady, I said, she was of age and she went to church. And I said, I was like, oh, what's your sign? Just like, talking to her. And then she's just like, oh baby, I don't do those sign things. Yeah, the word says this and this. And I'm like, I know the word. And well, why are you talking about signs? I said, well, why why are you judging me first off? I said, because hell, Jesus hung out with the sinners. I'm like, hey, one without sin cast the first stone, fam, because one thing, I'm not trying to justify what I'm doing, but if you trying to, hey, try to get the needle out of your goddamn eye instead of trying to pull it out of mine's, like, bro, focus on your own life. Focus on the shit that you gotta work on in your life and make sure everything perfect before you say something about somebody else's life. That's the shit that I can't stand because them type of folks is hypocrites, bro. Like, how you gonna talk about? Listen, that might be the only thing that I pretty much may do that might. And the funny thing is, I'm just talking about it, bro. Like, it's a lot of shit that people shouldn't talk about. But am I gonna be sitting up there trying to hold the Bible over your head and beat you in the head with the Bible because, oh, you talking about politics or you doing this or this and I disagree with it? And it's like, look, bro, talking about something, everybody talk about all kinds of shit, bro. That's not even important, bro. It's some things that's stupid to talk about and some things that's not stupid to talk about. Hell, we could be talking about why the sun is hot. So what you gonna say? Oh, you can't be talking about, don't worry about them suns, bro. Leave the sun alone. And yeah, man, it's in the sky for a reason. You're never gonna be able to touch it. Only thing you're gonna be able to do is feel it. So just keep feeling it until you can't feel it no more. Well, okay, well, I don't need you to tell me that. See, it's like little certain things that is like you could talk about whatever you want to talk about, bro. Who the fuck cares, bro? It's like I feel like it's things that matter to some people, and it's things that don't matter to people. It is what it is. Yeah, definitely, Miss Hawkins, definitely. God said not, do not touch my anointing. I feel like with the lady that I was, I know they didn't give me this flat ass soda, and this is diet. Wait, oh, this is Dr. Pepper. Yeah, it is, Doctor. It's flat though. But yeah, it do be your own people, life out of context, facts. It do be your own people. But it's like I get what she's saying, and I do, I do understand, like I do respect God's word, and I do understand that, the whole, scripture about with the signs and whatnot. But I don't worship the signs. I don't idolize the signs. I just simply talk about the signs in such a way where I break it down to people to where I'm not trying to get rich off this or whoop-de-woo or nothing like that. And I feel like that was the whole reason why in the Bible it talks about people actually doing things about with these signs, is because they started to worship the stars and looking at the stars for answers. But not only that, but the people that was doing the cards or whatnot, the fortune tellers, what they was doing was they was making money off deceiving people, bro. So that's the evil wickedness of why God was saying, don't follow these fortune tellers and whoop de woo. Now today, that spirit is still goes on, because what do you see people doing? Tarot readings for money, horoscopes for money. So this is why I say it's a difference. With me, I'm not doing shit for money. You don't see me on here on none of my videos. I ain't never done no video with no tarot cards and I never plan to. So that's why I be telling people, stop judging me, bro, because you don't know what the hell you talking about, fam. You just looking at me and you hear one thing and then you just think that's a sign for me. Oh yeah, he's doing, bro. Come on, man. That's why I be saying, like, bro, I ain't never gonna judge somebody. And if they are doing something, that's them, fam. That's their life. It ain't got shit to do with me. So I always say that, but fortune tellers, bro, yes, I agree. The fortune tellers is all about getting rich, bro. Getting rich, because look, you gotta understand, bro. A fortune teller is somebody that a person would go to that tries to depict the future and telling them what's gonna happen, which they can't do that, bro. The only God can only God know your destiny and how your purpose and how things gonna be and whoop-de-woo. But it's like that's only if the plan goes well, bro, that you will fulfill your purpose, bro. That's why I said you got the illusion and you got the facade that's constantly at work to keep you from reaching your purpose, bro. And what do we know that to be? Hidden enemies, bro. People that, so-called friends and folks that, you thought was your friend and all these things leading you into destruction, bro. You get to trying shit because your friend said, oh, you should try this. And you tried it and that shit almost ruined your fucking life. To the point where it's like, bro, you got to have like standards. You got to have principles. You have to have core values as a person, bro, regardless of your sign. That's why I changed my channel to Real Recognize Real. I pivoted back to what I already originally started, because now I could talk about anything on my videos. It ain't just one niche and, you know, whoop-de-woo. It's like now I can talk about multiple different things now, other than just one thing. So, because there's a lot of people that subscribe, they actually like different content that I actually do. So it's like that was the reason for that. But I mean, people, yeah, that's what I say. People they hear you talk about God and then they dip. And that's, you know, like I said, that's their own choice. But bro, like I know for a fact God is real. I'm baptized, I'm saved, and when I say that, people look at, oh, what you talking about signs, and what you talking about signs? Yes, I'm talking about signs, but it's not to the detriment of what this. If you look at witchcraft, if you look at on a higher scale of a war fam, I'm not no warlock, I'm not no witch, I ain't no fucking none of that. I'm a transformative healer, fam. Transformative healer. So what I do is transform a person's life into reaching a higher sense of self, meaning that, hey, you know who you are, and now you know what your purpose is. That's it. Because this is the thing. Nobody's going to live forever. We know that to be true. So why are you here? To fulfill your purpose. You're born with a purpose. So what would be the freaking point of living? Just to die, fam. Means you got work to do. See? But how do you even know what the work is, fam? It ain't it ain't just the 9 to 5. It's spiritual work. So that's why I'm like, bro, if you just gonna live to die, then what matters is what the fuck you do while you're living. And if you doing the things the right way, fam, you will see it. Because I'm telling you, you can be out here, bro. You know how many things you could do wrong, fam, and not even know it is even worse. You know what? I'm gonna stop holding back, bro, because I see how people really get it. Like, whether you trolling or not, fam, I ain't holding back no more, bro. I'm gonna start showing people how I really get down, bro. And in my views and how I see stuff, bro. And I'm not even finna like hold back no more, bro. I'm gonna say that shit exactly how I see it, how I say it, and not give two fucks, bro, about, oh yeah, keep it clean, and yeah, nah, bro. Because I feel like people will sit around and smoke cigarettes, bro. And you could be a person that go to church, but you still smoking cigarettes. And yeah, you can look at that and say, well, damn, that's judgmental. No shit. It's judgmental because, yeah, it could kill you. So it's like, what are you saying? You doing something with what? A slow suicide rate. Come on, bro. That's why I say be careful, because something that look normal could be the snake, but it come in a different form. That snake, man, listen, bro. That snake came up on Adam and Eve, bro, in a form that they didn't recognize it, bro, because you expecting a snake to be like a snake. You don't expect a snake to come in the form of Eve to be like, oh yeah, we can eat from this tree. That God told us not to eat from this tree. So you gotta understand, by the sin that Adam, fam, you see, it's a whole freaking, like, people don't even know. People do not know how much trust Who was Adam to God? Come on, bro. To the point where he disobeyed God. He listened to Eve. Like, who the fuck? Like, who was Eve? As if he put whatever Eve was saying over God, what God told him not to do. And God gave him dominion. He said, you can eat from any of these other trees, but do not eat from this one. The tree of life, bro. Listening to Eve, what did she do? She deceived him, bro. Oh, you can eat it. Don't worry. You can eat from it. Yeah, that's all that. And what does that, bro, that spirit still is here today, bro. But you ain't got to wear a condom. Yeah, I know, yeah, you want to protect yourself, but I have nothing. And a person literally deceiving you, telling you not to wear one, bro. How many fools will listen? So many. So, also, this shows you how freaking deceiving and tricky a person can be the woman and being influential and telling you, oh, don't do this after you know better. It's like saying, oh, honey, you don't have to wear your seatbelt when you drive. I trust you. You're a good driver. But you don't know you ain't got to be a good driver not to get hit by an accident. That's why it's called an accident. It's like, yeah, oh, it was a bad accident, so the person lost their life in that regard. So it's almost like you listening to somebody that's telling you not to be safe, in other words. So that lets you know choices matter, fam, to the point where you could literally do something wrong that you thought was right. And vice versa. And it's like these decisions will cost you something, bro. You go out there and commit a crime, your ass is going to jail, bro. You are not going to get a high five. You're not getting nothing good is going to come from a different crime, bro. That's why I be saying, you see how that sound? That it sound dumb. Oh man, if I go commit a crime, am I going to get special treatment? No. So all I'm saying is, like, so many people done trick themselves out of their own lives, bro. So once they step foot in that prison, it wasn't even worth it, is the first thing that crossed their mind. It's nice, it's good to say it now, but it don't mean nothing because you didn't follow your own guidance, bro. You did not even follow that, bro, that principle. So now you got to learn the lesson, bro. And the lesson does not feel good because you don't get to pick the consequence. So now you might have to sit down for 15 years before you can have freedom again. And now you got to worry about the shit that goes on in the prison that you're not even thinking about that. So that's why I be saying, like, bro, it's so many people out here doing stuff that idolizing folks, putting folks on pedestals, who they listen to on a day-to-day. Like, who are the people you listen to every day? So I always say this, like, bro, like, this is why I don't keep a whole lot of people around me, bro. Because some people think having friends is all, it's okay until it's not okay. Having friends, it's like having distractions, bro, because people gonna be trying to deter you from what you already know is right. You gonna be like, yeah, man, I ain't hanging out tonight. I'm going home. I gotta work in the morning. Well, man, come on, man, just come out, bro. Just take the day off, man. Chill, bro. Or you get to calling off work because somebody want to hang out and do some shit. That ain't no good idea. But people be doing it, bro, because they listening to other folks. And think about the person that don't set boundaries, bro, because they don't even know how to set them, bro. Some people don't even, you know what's crazy? Some people don't even, they don't, some people don't even know they can say no, bro. They feel so guilty telling somebody no and thinking that they're going to hurt the person's feelings. And it's like, bro, you don't have to people please, bro. And people pleasing is a sin, bro. That's not nothing good come from that, bro. You trying to please somebody else that don't give a fuck about you, whether you're here or not. So it's like you might be feeling like, damn, walking on eggshells with somebody else, bro. And they don't even give a damn about you. So that's why I say, man, tell they ass no, bro. Say no. You don't owe nobody nothing to be like, damn, you know, I gotta stick around. I gotta say this. Nah, bro. You don't like somebody because usually it's not even that you would hate somebody. Usually it's because you don't like their behavior, bro. You be feeling like they could get you in trouble or cause you misfortune, fam. And it's like, you got to stick to that if you feel like that. Like, don't mess with the person then. There's a lot of people that still will put up with people just because they fear, you know, being alone. They don't want to be they don't want to feel like a lame and not have no friends. So they be like, oh damn, you know, well, I ain't finna sit by myself and be looking stupid, but hell, that's safer. It might be safe, you know, to sit around looking stupid than to have a bunch of friends that don't care about you. That's even more dumb. So it's like, you know, I believe people pick and choose how they want to live their lives, bro. But that don't mean that you're exempt from how it ends, if that makes sense, or what's supposed to happen, just because you disagree. That's why I be saying you don't have no opinion in this life, bro. It's kind of like if everybody, think of this, if everybody had to live only to die someday, and they had to go through the same type of ordeal, the funeral, then they had to have their body buried. If that's the same freaking way people live and then they have to go out that way, then do you think your opinion do you think your opinion is going to stop the process? No. You could feel that's why I say, yes, you could feel how you want to feel, but that doesn't mean that you're right or that's the right decision to take. That's just what made you feel more comfortable of having your own opinion because you didn't want to follow the right way, or you didn't want to think, you didn't even want to think that it was another way of doing it. But that don't mean that, oh, that's going to change how the world is. That's why it doesn't pay to hate people. It doesn't pay to hold unforgiveness in your heart. It don't pay to do all these other things because that just speeds the shit up, bro. And then people don't know that most of everything that you would go to the doctor for, it stems from hatred, bro. It stems from everything you store in your heart, bro. Whatever come out of a man's mouth is what's in his heart, bro. It go for females too. So if you cuss people out all the time, which we all guilty of cussing people out. Hell, I cuss sometime and whoopty woo. I'm just saying, if you cuss, this mean, hey man, this person cuss. It show you a lot about the person. If they do certain things, everything defines character. But it's like if a person feels some type of way about views, just like my cousin, he's atheist. And hey, if I sit and talk to him, it would be a waste of time to talk to him about, you know, God and spirituality and, you know, and to share my opinion. That's why I keep my opinion to myself unless somebody asks me, oh, what do you think about woo-de-woo? See? But I'm just saying, off the rip, not to even get into a discussion about that when you're dealing with somebody that doesn't believe, bro. Because it's like talking to a brick wall. It is what it is. But let me see. I appreciate that, Rock City. Life said, been learned that word. Friend is yeah. See, friend is like I say, we're really a friend is more of a temporary thing. A person, if you look at a person like family, that's more of a long-term thing. And it's like, you don't have to be family to be family. You just got to be somebody that's been consistently loyal. See? But it's like, if you're a friend and that's where it ends, that's a temporary, meaning this person is not going to be around long-term. See? Because a friendship comes with the ending. And it's like, a lot of people don't notice this because, you know, everything that's shown to you through a friend, it's like it conditions you to think that, oh, a friend is a good thing. But it's not. It's not a good thing, bro. A friend is just there to keep you company. You know, it's like I say, it's a temporary thing. And then all of a sudden, if you trust that friend will be the same one to betray you. So what are you trusting? Are you just trusting what? You're trusting a betrayal. So it's like, you wonder why that ends up happening. And you can't expect something different because you trusting the wrong shit, or you don't know how to trust. That's why I said, not being able to set correct boundaries, or because you don't know how to set them correctly. The minute you tell somebody no and they keep pushing, now it's almost like you changing your mind. You gotta stand on no, bro. If you don't want to do something, you have to say no and don't do it by any means. You got to reinforce the boundary. Because if I'm telling you, bro, people will test your boundaries. People will see how far you'll go. People will see, oh, are you going to stand on it? Or can they make you change your mind? Can they make you give in? See? So I always say this because it shows how strong you are mentally, fam, because yeah, bring the storm, but guess what? The answer is still no. That's how you got to be. So that means you come yelling, you come shoving, you come aggressively. The answer is still no. I'm not doing it. You want to yell in my face, you want to scream, call me names, cuss me out, you want to wrestle, kick, bite, scratch, whatever. Guess what? The answer is still no. But you got some people say no, and then they get screamed and yelled out, and they don't like it. Then they start saying, okay, all right. What do you want me to do? And then that shows weakness, because this person got you to, got you to override your no by, bending to where now that you let that person control you. And that's what that person wanted all along, is to tell you what to do with your own stuff, that to benefit themselves. So I always say, like, if you don't say no, bro, you can never be a yes man and always saying yes, bro. People will take advantage of you like that, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you, where there's no boundaries is death, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's death. No boundaries, bro. I always say that, and I know it sounds harsh when I say it like that, but it's like, bro, there ain't nothing good coming from you setting no boundaries, bro. People will walk all over you, and you feeling so hopeless and down and depressed and miserable because you're not doing nothing to fix it, to stop it. It's like a wound with no band-aid. No type of healing whatsoever come from it, because you leaving the open wound. It's like you just leaving it open, refusing refusing to stop the pain. And I always say that because boundaries, they're important, man. Is Now I'm gonna give y'all some I got something to share with y'all. Let me see. Okay, so now I will say, if okay, so if there's no boundaries, if you said no, like none whatsoever, that means you won't say no. Okay. You might feel that, hey, showing empathy doesn't mean that you're required to not set boundaries, because you have to set boundaries when you empathize with other people. That's how you heal them. You got to tell them what they're doing wrong. You got to stand on it, fam. You can't um you can't just say, oh yeah, let that person just have their way with you. Now, I'm explaining further. Okay, so when you now when you set no boundaries, like I say, this is where destruction is, because one thing about it is, you remember I said it's insanity. So if somebody does something to you, that means you don't love yourself. When you don't say no, that means you don't love yourself. You don't love yourself enough to say no. Because why would you let somebody have full access to you, and it's almost like, oh, you would have to feel worthless because, oh, what would I have to say? Or why would I say no when, oh, it's little old me, or, oh, who am I? See how a person gets taken advantage of when you stop loving yourself. Then this is the problem, bro. Influence sets in, because once you do not love yourself, the influence sets in, and this is what takes you out, bro, because it leads to what? Addiction. It's almost like you become addicted to being treated like shit, and then you end up liking it. See how a situation that, I'm gonna tell you, it's like, if you don't take responsibility, it's almost like it costs you your life, bro. So the influence sets in, because without the boundaries, the outside influence takes over, bro. This been going on for centuries, bro. As soon as, like, if you look at back in the day, where there were battles between, armies, whoop the woo, different, going to, different situations, your whole troop entourage, whatever you want to call it, bumping heads, going at it. But as soon as the opponent don't have any boundaries, then it's easy for the opposition to just come in and take control, bro. You ain't got no freaking locked doors, barriers, barricades, nothing. These people can just come through, take what they want, and take it with ease. So when you set no boundary, it shows the one emotion that's very, very strong: love, bro. Once a person see you don't love yourself, they really want to be your friend then, because they know how it's going to end. But guess what? They want to benefit from whatever's there temporary, so they can load up, then drop you just like Mario. Then just drop you like Wario, the evil one. So it's like they'll end up getting everything out of you, and then they'll drop you because you already wanted to be dropped. But now it's at their, it's in their hands when you drop. So that's why I said people will infiltrate and take over. Now, another thing is when those boundaries disappear, also it replaces what? Your identity. See, your identity replaces. So how does that happen? Through the influence, bro. This is how a person trick you. See, if a person was serving, meaning like they were serving drugs, how do they get their clients? By taking control over you. See, you already show vulnerability. You already shown weakness that you even need. Oh, I need something. I just need somebody. I need somebody to talk to. I need this. I need that. I ain't feeling good and this going wrong. And once you start showing that you don't love yourself, a person hear this and now they influence you that quick. So influence is what replaces your identity. You couldn't think for yourself. So now this person is thinking for you. See? And supplying you. But you don't see the trap because you lost the love from yourself. So that means you also lost guidance. See? Now here's what happened. No boundaries means anyone can influence your mind. Anybody. It don't even have to be somebody older. Somebody younger can influence you. See, this is the thing. With Adam and Eve, you got to look at this. Nobody knows how old was Eve. How old was Adam? See, you got to look at things like the snake the snake is always going to come in a form that you are unaware of, bro. That you wouldn't even think could be a situation or a form in the first place. It could be a younger person that can deceive you and influence you. That's almost like some shit you will see in a circus. Could you imagine you being a 41-year-old woman behaving like a dog? Because that means your identity has been replaced. So now you on all fours and you have a leash around your neck. And guess who's controlling you? A 17-year-old. Because you couldn't think for yourself. You stopped loving yourself. So guess what? Somebody took advantage of you. Cold-blooded, bro. That's why I said that once you lose your identity, bro, your life is over, bro. Your life is over. So yeah, you could be a grown person, but guess what? You could have the mindset of what? See, you can have a mindset that's literally just deterred to the point where it's like, you can't think for yourself. You got to ask the 17-year-old, what should I do? To where you look like, damn, people would think they could come to you for stuff, but no. So we call these people a person could be a dauphin, but never thought they would ever land there because they lost themselves, bro. So that's why I say you got to set boundaries, bro, because if you don't, somebody could just come along with something and just take you hey, it's more than just off balance you. They could just take advantage of you. Now, another thing is that where there is no boundaries, manipulation sets in. Bro. And guess this is the craziest thing. Once that manipulation sets in, it's almost like adding an ingredient to a recipe to the point where you don't even see it. You know, you literally let it slip by and don't even notice it, fam. Because now when you don't love yourself, you're expecting somebody else to love you. See? So that makes it hard for you to say no, because you're like, okay, I can't help myself. I have nothing left for myself. So now I'm relying on you to love me. See? So that's why a lot of people, when this type of this thing happens in the mind, bro, it basically sets in like an injury, bro. And it takes time to heal from this. That's why I said most people don't make it out. Now, another thing is that without boundaries, you become vulnerable to every influence, bro, not just one. So now the person got control over you. Now you doing drugs. Now you doing all kind of shit. You're stealing, you're doing this, you're doing that, whoop-de-woo. And it's like now you got all kind of shit going on to the point where this all started for one thing, bro. You stop loving yourself just right there. Because loving yourself is a boundary, bro. That means you won't take no shit because you love yourself. I ain't gonna settle. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna be out there, because you don't want to be alone. That means you don't love yourself enough to be alone, fam. Just to stay out of trouble and do the right thing, fam. So when all hell break loose, now you won't have nothing. You won't have the guidance, bro. See? So here, boundaries, they protect your peace. Without them, influence takes over, bro. Guess what? It ain't even nothing you can do about it, bro. Influence takes over, bro. This is like, it's gonna happen, bro. It ain't like, it may happen. No, it will take over, bro. Somebody will take you, bro. Take advantage. It's almost like two men. I'm gonna tell you an analogy story. There were two. Now, this is my made up story that I'm gonna share with y'all as an example. Okay? It was Tim and Tyrone. Okay. They went walking down towards the lakefront, and Tim said, "Oh, do you see that? You see that board just laying right out with those hooks?" Tyrone said, "No, I don't see it." They got close up on it. And then Tim's like, "Do you see it now?" Tyrone's like, "No." Next thing you know, Tim takes advantage of the situation because Tyrone ain't seeing what he's seeing. See? So he says, "Hey, I'm going to load my truck. You stay here. I'm going to go get the truck, and we're going to put her in the back," right? Because now he sees what he's about to take advantage of the situation, because this situation is what? In plain sight. That's how they going to do you when you done lost love for yourself. Somebody going to drive up on you, pick you up. You going to think, "Oh, I got a friend." No, you don't. This is how it ends. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, bro, a person will help you to the grave, bro. They will literally hold your hand to the grave. That's just like people that go around sleeping with prostitutes, bro. That is not no freaking love making, bro. That woman is taking you to the grave, bro. That's a woman you should never sleep with, bro. You know how many, I'm going to tell you, do you know how many soul ties a person like that has, bro? Too many, fam. And you sleep with her, guess what? All them soul ties connect to you, bro. You can't even think for yourself. You lose your identity because you got what? Influenced. When you allow yourself to do something like that, bro, that means you're dissolving your own boundaries, bro. You cannot you cannot just say to yourself, "Oh, I'm smart enough. I don't need boundaries." You know, that's not a smart idea, bro. Now I'm gonna tell you another thing. See, Once the influence sets in, then all of a sudden, compromise, bro, is the next thing. See, you start compromising your own shit that you wouldn't do or wouldn't normally do for the other person that influenced you. And guess what? You couldn't even fight the influence off even if you wanted to, because you don't have the strength. And the person has already broken. They have already infiltrated. They've already got control over you. So even if you try to say no, all of a sudden, it's not going to work, bro. They're going to just take it from you, bro. So that's why I say you don't want to be in a situation where you done lost love for yourself. Now you're upset that everybody taking advantage of you, and now you feel hopeless and weak that you can't fight these people off or start saying no, because now there ain't no strength behind your words because you already bent and they took advantage, bro. So now you start compromising. Where now, oh, you can't just tell this person no. You explaining to them how, oh, I gotta take my son to work and I got this to do, and well, maybe I could take him afterwards, and instead of just leaving it at a solid no. I can't do it. See? And then on top of that, here's the thing. That influence, bro, is the snake, bro. The influence is the snake, bro. And this is the form that I'm letting you guys know of, that the influence can come in so many different ways, bro, so many different lights, so many different shades, that it's almost like, bro, once that shit take form, it's too late, bro. Because it's like you not knowing what you're surrounded with until it all come together. But by the time it all come together, it's because it already got you already. See? So the reason why you do not see the influence, bro, is because the snake is slipped past the weak boundaries, bro. See, weak boundaries is like, oh, you say no, but then when the person push a little, you start changing your mind to benefit them. And you don't even realize that the influence of them pushing is the enemy, is the devil. If you say, no, man, I don't want to have, if you're a woman, no, I don't want to have sex. No, I just met you. But now those boundaries are weak. The person push a little, and now you thinking about saying, yeah. Now you think you giving in. But what are you giving in? What are you giving in into, right? What are you giving in? The snake, bro. See, the snake already knew your boundaries were weak and knew that they could get past your no, because manipulation sneaks in as soon as you don't stand on 10 toes, bro. See? So here, without boundaries, the snake finds a way in. It's cold-blooded. See, this is why I be saying, bro, like, bro, you got to have boundaries everywhere in your life, bro. Because the snake will try to find a way in, bro. Now, another thing is that the influence comes through the snake. That snake whispers before destruction. See? So here, you don't get to see the outcome until it's too late. But it will cross your mind that, damn, it got me. Damn, I told this mother effer I wasn't gonna do this. And now, boom, too late. That quick. Just because you did not stand on no, bro. The craziest thing is that what blocks influence? Saying no. That easy. What is the boundary? Saying no. It becomes a boundary when you stand on it, because that is the line in between you and the other person that's trying to get you to do something. By you saying no, it shows the other person they cannot cross the line, bro. That's simple. But what do? You let them cross. Even though you said no, you didn't stand on it. You did not reinforce the no, the boundary. It's almost like a riot shield, bro. You got to keep that damn no as if you're holding that boundary like a shield and saying, no, I'm not doing this. They push again. I'm not doing this. I said no. And you got to, even if you got to yell and the answer is still no, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Even if your tone changes, that's fine. Because what? Maybe they're not hearing you because they don't want to. See, that's how you get people off you, is you got to say no. You have to set boundaries, bro. Or people will do what they want with, they'll do what they want with you. Now, every snake enters through an open gate. Hell, snakes, they love when it's just open, bro. It's when they can just slither in and out, bro. That's the perfect situation for them, bro. For the snake. See, influence loves see, why do I use this analogy? Because, bro, if you look at the snake as the influence itself, now you be noticing, why do you get influenced? Because you don't say no when you should. And see, you can't always say yes. Oh, would you do this for me? Yeah. Oh, would you take me here? Yeah. You think next Friday you can take me too? Yeah. Can you stop at McDonald's? And hey, would you be able to loan me a couple dollars? Yeah. Now the person thinks, oh, I love this person. Oh, God, damn, do anything for me. He or she ain't said no, not one time. So now, this is when the finesse move comes. See? Now the person stealing from you. Now the person doing all kinds of weird shit to you, because now you end up trusting the snake. You end up trusting the so-called friend. And guess who the same friend ends up doing? Betraying you. Just because you didn't set a boundary. But I thought this was your friend. I didn't know this is how it ends. The friend is just the word that's used to let you know that the end is near. This is how it ends. See? Now, this is what you got to know. Okay? Is that the snake doesn't break in. It's cold-blooded. The snake don't break in. Nope. It's not like, oh, yeah, I got to set these boundaries because, yeah, the snake's trying to break in. No, that's not what's happening. The snake simply waits for the door to open. It's cold-blooded. Because who's going to be to blame if it gets in? You. Oh, you just kept saying yes. So whose fault is it? I'm just a snake. That's how the snake is thinking. I'm just a snake. I didn't break in. You opened the door for me. You let me right in. You never said no. And a lot of y'all hear this. Once the shit hit the fan and the person do you wrong, oh, well, now you feel 10 times worse because whose fault is it? Well, you never said no. You always took me. You never said no. That's going to be the alibi that they use, the rebuttal every time. They're not going to take account because now they're going to say, well, hey, you knew I was a snake, and you never set any boundaries. See? Now here's the thing. Where there are no boundaries, the snake influence makes its home, bro. The snake influence makes its home, bro. So here, now, the snake has made a nest, bro. So guess what? Now, because the snake's influence makes a home with you, now it invites more snakes, bro. It's cold-blooded. I know this to be true because I actually know 2 snakes. And one of the snakes ended up sharing his girlfriend with his snake friend. And guess what? The snake's friend got her pregnant because he invited more snakes. It's like, yo, I done found one. What'd you find? I found a sucker. Hey, man, never told me no. So you can come. Yeah, come on, hurry up. I got a nest. Now this person, the first snake that got in, he knows that you can come over and stay. You can eat whatever you want. You can disrespect the person. You can make fun of the person right in public. Yeah, man, come on, eat whatever you want. Yeah, do this, do that, talk shit, whatever. Take over, steal shit. She don't care. He don't care. And you get clowned right in front of folks and you don't do nothing about it because what can you do? You've already lost that right because you didn't what? Set boundaries. So people will openly disrespect you. See, now the problem is that the snake of influence, it feeds on unguarded minds, bro. And that's why I say you got to be on guard, bro. The boundaries have to be set before the snake arrives, bro. You got to already have boundaries before that person even think about trying to cross you. Because guess what? You know, hey, man, if you cross that line, your ass is grass, bro. So that means that, yeah, you can come with something don't mean it's going to work because I'm already shielded on all ends. Just because you can't see my boundaries, I'll remind you. Don't worry. Oh, yeah, I will say no. And guess what? I'll say no right away. You ain't got to worry. See? So here, boundaries is what keeps the snake outside. It's cold-blooded. And guess what? When the snake is outside, that's how he leaves. It ain't nothing for him to walk into. He ain't benefiting from it. So why the fuck would the snake stick around when he's outside? But the boundaries kept him outside. It's cold-blooded. See, the dog can't get inside the gate unless the gate's open. Unless he really willing to jump the damn 6-foot, 7-foot gate. He ain't getting in. You think the damn dog gonna, sit there and wait for the gates to open? No. At the first or second attempt, he's already like, okay, this shit's locked. Move around. See? Now, another thing I would say, we can look at the snake as being the serpent too. Same thing. The enemy. Some of you may say the enemy. Oh, the enemy done been cutting up. Well, how did he get there? Even if, see, a lot of times we're quick to blame the enemy for every goddamn thing. Oh, it's the devil for this. It's the devil for that. Oh, the devil's cutting up again. The devil did this. The devil did that. But what did you do? Most of the time, you are your worst enemy. And a lot of times it's because of your mistakes that caused it, bro. You left the door open. What sense did that make? So people got in. The snake got in. Oh, you didn't say no. Okay, why not? You trusted the wrong person. So then, boom. There's consequences to even that, bro. You trust the wrong person. It ain't just their fault for hurting you, bro. It's your fault for trusting them, bro. You got to be careful who you trust. That's the lesson, bro. When you take a L and have to learn that lesson, that's for you not to make that same mistake ever again of trusting the wrong person. Give it a couple days, bro. Don't be quick. Even though you want to get to know someone so bad, bro, do not rush stuff, bro. Find out whether or not they're a snake first. See? Find out if they're a snake first, bro. Because once you weed it out, that means you done kept your grass low to even see them clearly. So it's like, okay, well, let me see if you a snake or not first. I don't want to get my hopes up. So that's why, it's good to test people, because you test to find out, oh, yeah, you thinking like a snake. Okay, bet. I know you a snake then. Because you wouldn't, if you know snake-like behaviors, it's like if a person telling you how they would steal something, do this, whoop-de-woo, go through the back door, whoop-de-woo, and they mention the things to you about, oh, you could ask them one simple question. How would you treat a man that is disabled, bro? Would you help them up? And then test their thoughts. Okay, the old man drops his wallet. Are you going to return the wallet, or would you keep it for yourself if nobody was there to claim it? Or, oh, if he didn't see you, would you keep the wallet? It shows character, bro. Some people might feel like, well, hey, if he dropped the wallet, shit, I'm keeping that shit, bro. Yeah, man, shit, you lost it. You dropped it first. It shows they're shiesty, bro. Even if y'all laugh that little moment off, now you're left with, oh, this shiesty motherfucker, bro. Just ask him if an old man dropped his wallet, would he keep it or not, or would he return the wallet? He said he'll keep it. So now you know what kind of person you dealing with. So this ain't the one to be trying to make the plans with. Or if you're a woman and you're trying to pursue the person, the answer is no. See? It ain't hard, fam. And that's why I say, bro, this is more of like a proverb in a way, bro. Because it's like, bro, without no boundaries, bro, the snake influence enters, bro. Automatically, bro. And people don't even be knowing this, bro. Like, it ain't even so much of the depiction of Adam and Eve and the apple, bro. It's much more than that, bro. That's just the symbolism, bro. The whole mere fact. People be missing the whole point of stuff, bro. Why would that be the parable for us to be left with, bro? Because right then and there, bro, that was the fall of man, bro. That was the fall of man. So now that's why we got, like I say, the curse, bro. Folks just not listening. That's what happens, bro. People get cursed, and then it's like, bro, it ain't that hard, bro. But it's like I say, you lose the guidance, because with guidance, it requires wisdom, bro. You need wisdom, and it's almost like people might feel like, well, damn, where do I go with this, or how do I lose guidance? With no boundaries, bro. Setting no boundaries is how you lose guidance, bro. So here, it's like, where there's no boundaries, the guidance fades, bro. Now you don't know where to go for yourself. You can't even think for yourself. And it leaves somebody else to be able to control you. And you might wonder why, even if you're a Pisces, you might be wondering, why are you always attracting controllers, bro. People that try to manipulate you all the time and trying to finesse you and trying to scam you and do stuff. Sometimes it's a sign of you needing to set more boundaries, bro. Stronger boundaries, healthy boundaries, bro. Because when the boundaries disappear, so does your discernment. Now you don't know who to trust because now you have the wrong impression of who's good and who's bad. See? Or you could be, good influence or a bad influence. Now, without boundaries, you start listening to other people's opinions, bro. You start trusting what other people think. You start asking people, what do you think? Other than thinking for yourself, bro. See how if you set boundaries, you're not going to be asking nobody else, what do you think about this? Because you already know. And if you don't know, you're going to find out for yourself first before you even listen to take somebody else's advice. But why would you trust them if you don't even know them? And why the hell would you ask them if you don't know them? Because when you don't set boundaries, you'll ask anybody what the hell they think about something. Why would that person give you an honest answer and they don't know you? Only a fool, right? Yeah. When you do foolish stuff, a person would tell you yeah, man, if you do this and that, and I'll help you out. Bro, you got to be careful, bro. Another thing is that once you lose your boundaries, you lose your direction in life. Remember I said, in order to get to your purpose in life, you must have a plan, bro. A plan of action, bro. To reach your purpose. But once you lose guidance because you set no boundaries, you lose direction of the plan, bro. It puts you off track. I appreciate the Star Imagine. What's good, smoke screen? Appreciate everybody still here. Another thing is that no boundaries means no guidance, means no peace. See, it all happens in sequence. Now, another thing is that boundaries protect your path, your purpose, bro. It's cold-blooded, see? Because now you are aligned with purpose. So here, without the boundaries, you're easily led astray, bro. Anybody could deter you. Anybody could say, look, do this, try this. Oh, let's do something completely different, right? It could throw you off of your purpose. Now, what ends up taking over? The influence. See, what takes over is the influence, because now that you have no boundaries, influence becomes your compass, bro. Instead. That's why when you are easily influenced means you had no boundaries set at all whatsoever. Easily influenced means I have a cigarette and I pass it to you. And guess what? You take a whiff. And guess what? You don't even smoke. It's cold-blooded. You don't even smoke, and you did not once think to say no thank you because you don't love yourself. In your mind, you're thinking, fuck me. When you don't love yourself, that's basically what you're doing. F me. F me. Hell, what do I have for myself to say? Meaning you don't give a damn about yourself. When you just would do anything, somebody smoking something, how do you not know if that was laced? Think of somebody like DMX. When somebody took advantage of him, it's because he didn't set no boundaries, bro. You can't try everything, bro. Some things you would try in this world will literally take you out, bro. Will ruin your life forever, bro. Not everything you can recover from, bro, that you try. You go try crack, do something crazy, bro, you might not never be the same, bro. You might have to go through rehabilitation or go see a damn therapist, all kinds of shit you would have to go through just to rewire your thinking back to where it was, bro, before you tried that shit, bro. But when you set no boundaries, bro, this is what you open yourself up to as a result. That's what I always tell people, you cannot escape. You cannot escape consequences, bro. Even if you a good person that has set no boundaries, don't matter, bro. That's not an excuse. Oh, I didn't know how. I didn't, nah, bro. You do the research. Find out, bro. Not knowing is not an excuse, bro. Being unaware is not an excuse. What you don't know can hurt you, bro. That's like you going to Florida and now you want to go to the park, but nobody tells you to be careful and watch out for the alligators, bro. You didn't even think to even question it because, oh, I'm just going to go to the park. Just like you would normally would in your own state. But you done forgot, oh, I'm in Florida. It's different here. You got to be aware, bro. You got to know, okay, well, damn, if I go to the desert, it ain't going to be the same as where I was at. I might not be able to wear Crocs or some damn, shit that you would wear in your own state. It might not be safe to do that. Where snakes can bite off your damn toenails and then you'll be walking around toeless just for not noise. I'm not funny, bro. I'm not trying to crack no jokes here, but yeah. But this is the thing. Okay, so as I mentioned, your identity is up for grabs here because when you lose boundaries, you lose yourself as well. You lose your identity. It's like, who are you? You don't know who you are. So somebody else ends up telling you who you are to them. See? So here, boundaries guard wisdom. See? And without them, confusion takes over, fam. And that's why I tell people, you don't want the influence to set in, bro. And then you got to leave the people that are the bad influences in your life. In order to heal, you got to get rid of them. Create the distance. To heal, fam, because we all have went through this, bro. It's not saying, I'm not judging nobody. I'm not saying, oh, you're stupid and this and that. We all done been through a situation or moment where we didn't set boundaries. But I'm letting you guys know to be aware of this because you might be going through something right now and not know that this is why, bro. Like, you might be like, damn, that's how these people, these bad influences got in my life to begin with. I remember at one time or one point in time, I didn't even do the things that I do now because I done been hanging out with Andre. I've been hanging out with Barb. I've been hanging out with Susie. And see, this was their thing. And now I'm doing their thing. But it was never my idea. It was never my plan. It was never my purpose, bro. This was their shit. See? And that's why I be saying, like, bro, the same thing that would take your friend, I would take you too if you join in on it. You doing the same thing. You can't expect a different result if you doing the same thing they doing. Now, so if I was to ask myself, how do you fix this? Okay. Because I know now, like I say, I ain't going to go like like I say, we already covered most of the things, but it's way more information. But like I will say, first thing you want to do to fix this, you want to recognize what's influencing you right now. See? But it's crazy because you got to ask yourself this. You got to ask who or what is shaping my thoughts, my decisions, and my habits. See? Then you got to ask yourself, where are my boundaries? See? Once you realize that, oh shit, there ain't none, you might, that's when you have to reestablish boundaries for yourself. Now you got to come up with boundaries. See, you got to find out what you don't like. You got to find out who you are, your identity. You got to find out who you really are. Because guess what you're susceptible to if you do not know who you really are, bro. Then guess what? Somebody will tell you. It won't be the right person though. See? Because if you like, you got to know who you are, bro. Because bro, if you don't know who you are, bro, that's just like you mirroring someone else that doesn't either. Because here's the difference. You may know who you are, but not like who you really are. See? And that's even, like I say, what that does is that's what sends the message, the signal out to the snake to come in the first place. See? And the craziest thing is that, there's some water. And see, this is the thing. Remember when I said, once the snake gets in and invites more snakes? Well, metaphorically speaking, guess what? Because you were influenced, you become the same thing the person influenced you. See? And I'm going to tell you, you become the snake. See how once you make the nest for the snakes, you become the damn snake yourself. You are a product of your environment, bro. As soon as you start hanging around people, guess what? You become the same as them. So now you guys are a legion, bro. You guys are a legion. See? If you, whatever you joined yourself to, you become that, bro. Nobody, you will never find a person that is different from the pack that they set themselves into, bro. Nope. They all will end up doing the same thing. They got to have that thing in common, bro. So now it ends up identifying the whole pack. See, that's why people end up branching off into cliques and shit. They might start saying that we Fifth Street because now it's a bunch of us. See, but it wouldn't be, you never really find the whole differences within one army because now they're all considered the same. See, because of the vision, because of the influence, bro. See, and guess who? Guess what happens if you don't abide by the influence of the game? Your ass is outside. Your ass is out. See? So that's why I be saying to people that whatever is very influential, bro, is considered a snake, bro. When you let that snake in, bro, how do you think it sets in, right? Through the deception, bro. See, deception only happens when you allow yourself to be deceived, bro. Nobody can see. This is the sauce. This is the wisdom. This is the real deal. Nobody can deceive you but yourself. It's cold-blooded. When you get deceived, it's because you allowed it. You allowed yourself to get deceived, bro. You didn't listen to the truth. You didn't listen to the right thing to do in the situation. You didn't listen. You didn't even follow the intuition. You didn't follow the signs. You didn't follow the warnings. You didn't follow the caution of everything of which you felt. And you always feel the truth first. But guess what? Many never do it, bro. They never follow through. They say, oh, something doesn't feel right. Something feels off. But you know what? I'll just go ahead and do it. Why would you? You already said it already. Something was off. Whatsoever a man say, so is he. If you know something's off, that ain't you just thinking of, oh, I'm guessing. No, that means it's off. Your intuition picked up on it. And now that it feels off and you go along and do it anyway, it's because you didn't have any boundaries, bro. You just gave into the influence, bro. Nobody can make you smoke anything without your permission, bro. So if you don't stop them and say, no, thank you, and you do it, that means you trusted that person's influence on you, bro. You value their influence over your own livelihood, bro. Because if you really don't do something, bro, you gonna tell that person, no, I'm good, bro. No, thank you. See? You know that you don't do that, bro. So why would you do it, bro? Why would you try something that you've never tried before? Because you were influenced, bro. All your friends were doing it. So you felt, oh, if I don't do it, then I'm not a friend. I just said the same thing. If you hang with snakes, you will be influenced, bro, to be a snake. See, the crowd that you hang with, bro, you're going to be just like them. So if you're a youngster and you're a youngin' and you looking up to your gang banging brothers, you start hanging around them, guess what? You become a gang banger. If your daddy was a drug dealer and that's all you ever saw and you look up to him, you're going to follow his footsteps if you do it just like him. Every little thing you see him do, you're going to be the same way, bro. That's why I be telling people, think for yourself, bro. Find out what you like to do versus everybody else's influence. Find out what are my interests. That's why I keep telling y'all I'm a transformative healer, bro. I'm not no astrologer, bro. I'm a transformative healer. I really heal people, bro. I really heal people. And the crazy thing is I help people find their true selves. It's sad and it's crazy that people be, oh man, you know what, bro? I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much, bro. Because, bro, I had a love for basketball, but guess what? Hanging out with these no good friends had me doing other shit that they had no interest in. Because that's what happens. You lose yourself to the crowd to the company you keep if you don't set no boundaries with the crowd. Here's the funny part. Once you set boundaries, guess who leaves? The snakes. So you end up being left alone, but now you think it's a bad thing. But really, now because you set boundaries, you have peace to do the things you like to do without interruption. The more boundaries that you have, that means what? that means that you're going to live a peaceful life. See, because now you found out what you like to do. And guess what? That's all that matters is what you like to do. Never live your life when you know you're just living to die for somebody else. For somebody else's happiness. Don't put your life on hold just to please folks, bro. That's called influence, bro. Did you just influence people like to do? And it's like you don't have no interest in what they're doing, but you won't stop them. See? Now, boundaries. This is the craziest thing right here. The first boundary that you have to set, and I'm going to tell you, the first boundary is your identity, bro. That is it's core principles to this is that you must know who you are in this world, bro. First, that is the first boundary, bro. If you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything, bro. Meaning you will be influenced by anything, bro. And all you doing is just promoting at that point. And you doing it for free, unaware. See? Now here, people without identity borrow someone else's, bro. That's why when you look up to somebody and idolizing them and putting them first before yourself, it's almost like giving up life, meals to let somebody else eat first, bro. All you doing is just borrowing theirs. So you end up just like them because you never thought differently of yourself, bro. You never thought for yourself to begin with. So another thing is that boundaries protects your life, bro. And guess what? The very first boundary of you knowing your identity is what creates boundaries. It's cold-blooded. Your identity in itself, the first boundary is what creates boundaries, is the identity, bro. See, and then boundaries itself protect your life so that you can be properly guided on your purpose, bro. Because you're never living to just die, bro. You're here to fulfill your purpose, bro. And the only way you find your purpose is through having your identity, knowing who you are, bro. And you're not supposed to look at yourself as being this small little speck. Yes, be humble, but don't be, oh, I'm just this little small little person, helpless and hopeless. No. See yourself as being, hey, I'm an actual king. See, I have dominion. Have faith. See, if you got faith, bro, you can move mountains, bro. That's what I'm saying. All you got to do is believe, bro. In Jesus' name, bro. That's all you got to do. But a lot of people don't know this, bro. They get caught up in the influences, bro. Influence. Anybody you watch every day. And here's the thing. When you won't think for yourself, you just going to this person means you're idolizing them. See? Then you start putting this person before yourself, bro. Where you start to, oh, I can't think for myself. I'm going to just do every single thing this person is telling me to do. bro, first off, not everything a person is telling you to do. You can follow concepts and agree to things, but you gotta feel it too. See, that's why I say be real with yourself. See, when I say that's the whole meaning of my name. Okay, with real is because really everybody ain't loyal is for me. See, it's for me, meaning I gotta know that. But a lot of people be thinking that, oh, that's for everybody else. No, that's for me to know. See, because that applies to the boundaries. Now, the crazy thing is when you say, oh man, I only deal with the real, the real folks and whoop de whoop de woo. Well, here's the thing. You got to make sure that you got boundaries, bro. That you know who you are, because if you don't, bro, you could be influenced by somebody that's saying they're real, but guess what? They're not loyal. It's cold-blooded. It's cold-blooded. And you get tricked, bro. You get tricked just by thinking that it never existed, bro. It's the worst thing you could think. The snake come in different forms. Influence comes in different forms, bro. A person ain't got to look like they running shit and still have control over you, bro. Just because they know you would not think for yourself. Put in the position. That's why many people want to work a job, but they never want to become the manager, bro. They never want to own anything, bro. But then you call yourself a boss, but then somebody is your boss. You never apply for anything over the top because, oh, you don't love yourself enough. You don't think you're capable. You are already lost right there. Who said you weren't capable? Well, I don't have any experience. Do you think everybody that is the manager has experience? How do you get experience? In the first place, you gotta have the identity. You gotta know who you are. You gotta say, I'm capable. I will learn. As long as I'm trained, I can do it. What is stopping me? What's in my way? You got to have the mindset of abundance, bro. Abundance mindset, bro. So yeah, even if you're met with resistance and people telling you no, you can't do it, you still gonna do it anyway because it's not what they think. You not under their influence. You thinking for yourself. And guess what? It's automatic that whatever you think is not going to be the same as another person. So if you ever are faced with that, then you know that you're following the right protocol, bro. Because it's never supposed to be we're doing the same thing. Because now, oh, that person is influencing you if that's the case. But if you say, oh, I like red, and the other person says I like blue, you're following protocol. You're not giving up on your color just because that person, oh, they don't like the same shit. Well, hey, I'm glad we're different. We're both standing on business. You never supposed to trust somebody that doesn't have their own color, bro, their own favorite, meaning their own choice. When you deal with somebody that, oh, they just like what you like, you can't trust them, bro. They're a snake. Influence, bro. See, this is the thing. When you are easily influenced, you become easily influenced. Get it? So now you become the snake. You were snaked out and now you become the snake. Just because you did not think for yourself. See, a snake has no identity, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. A snake has no identity. So it means that it takes forms. See, it borrows other people's identity. And see, the thing about it, the snake has no identity. So here, that means that influence has no identity. It can come from anywhere, through anyone, at any time, where there is no identity. There is no boundaries. and there is no peace as a result. See how you get snaked out on all three spectrums just from not having the first one, the first boundary. See, it's when you see, this is why I'm gonna start teaching y'all about boundaries, because that's just I've only just covered the first boundary, bro. The first boundary. Because when you come across boundaries, bro, this is why I said it's not always meant for other people to know where your boundaries are. See? Because now once they know, oh damn, this person, yeah, I know who this is. This is such and such. Because guess what comes to you as a gift when you set boundaries and you know who you are? Respect, bro. It's cold-blooded. That's the reward for standing 10 toes down, living by core principles, sticking to the protocol. Now people respect you now because you respected yourself. It's cold-blooded, bro. See, and that's why people come to you differently once you start respecting yourself, bro. People start saying thank you, good morning, holding the door open for you, because now you locked in, bro. And people can tell. This is the powerful thing. People can tell, bro, the difference. That's why they treat you different, bro. When you love yourself, people can see that shit, bro. You can't receive something that you don't got for yourself, bro. That's how the snake knows, oh, I can influence you. If you don't have love, you can't receive it, bro. If you don't love yourself, you will never be able to receive it from someone else, bro. That's why I said you become influential. You start coming up with different ways snake-like forms because, oh, you had no identity. So what are you going to do? Become a snake because that's all you know. And that's why I'm telling y'all with these different forms, bro, this shit is no fucking joke, bro. See, that's why I say you must study your enemy, bro. You got to study your damn enemy, bro, from head to toe, bro. And know all his forms and know all his tricks and all his schemes and all the manipulation. You got to know this shit, bro. Because the more you know about the enemy, the less strong he is, bro. He can't do nothing to you if you know what he's capable of doing. It can't hurt you. The only things that hurt you is the shit you don't know about. It's like, oh, I got hit here. I didn't know he could do that. Now, by that surprise, that reaction, oh, it hurt. Because you didn't know, you didn't know it was going to happen. You didn't know it was going to go down that way. See, with the different forms, and I'm telling you, with this influence, bro, it's not no fucking joke, bro. Because I've seen people, I know a relative right now, bro, that somebody slipped something in his drink, bro, and he's never the same. He's like a vegetable, bro. He's never the same, bro. Never the same. He used to be like a kid that was off into skateboarding and whatnot, bro. And next thing you know, somebody put something in his drink, bro, and effed him up for life, bro. And the crazy thing was, when I say that it messed him up, because now he can't talk. Nobody can understand anything that he ever says. And what he does is, the man thinks he's in the army, bro. The man thinks he thinks he's in the army because literally at the barbecue, bro, his name is Christopher, by the way. At the barbecue, this man had on a bulletproof vest, bro. Literally, I'm telling you, I'm like, this man really think like he really dressed up like he going to war, bro. And ain't no war, just a barbecue. But he wears this every day, the bulletproof vest. He every time he gets up in the morning, gets dressed, he puts the bulletproof vest on. Just because he tried, he hung out with some so-called friends, bro, and that's how it ended, bro. Everybody keeps using his story as the lesson. Man, Christopher, bro, what happened to Christopher? Yeah, man. Man, they fucked him up bad, bro. Bro used to talk, used to wake up and talk about, skateboarding and do this and that, woo to woo. They used to do this together. Now he can't even talk to him no more. Talking to him, he what he does when you talk to him, he just literally looks at you and doesn't respond, bro. As if he can't even hear you, bro. That's why I be saying, like, they put something in his drink and it messed up his whole brain, bro. That's why, to me it's like that happened because he basically trusted the wrong person, bro. They took advantage of him. That's what people do, and when the people take advantage of you, they go all in, bro. So you got to understand, the snake is trying to destroy you, destroy your life. When you try shit, you're being influenced. Because listen, when somebody try to make you try something, it's never something that you wanted to do in the first place, because, oh, try this. You taking their word for it. They influence you. It's like they're promoting something, right? So now you're, oh, okay. But you base the okay off of, oh, just because this is your friend, you don't look at, oh, is this really my friend? So remember I said that when deception is working hard for your trust, see, it can only hurt you if you trust it. Because you shouldn't, right? Because you shouldn't have trusted. So that's why I say, when you don't stick to them core principles, it ends up hurting you. Now, here's the thing. The snake doesn't always come in the form where you notice it, to the point where most might think that, oh, they hear the word snake, they think, oh, something that slithers, something that hisses. See, but here's the thing, what people don't understand. The snake can come in the form of a mask. The mask is what? Considered the facade. So what you might think the snake will come as, hissing, actually will come with us with smiling. It's cold-blooded. Smiling. And see, smiling, it disarms you, bro. It puts your guard down. It dissolves. See, the thing with the smiling is it really gets you to put your guard down. So what guard will we really be looking at? Is the fact that, who said that, bro? He always comes in here just to get put in time out. But yeah, person come, like I say, with the whole smiling situation, is that it disarms you. It makes you put your guard down. See, all it does is open you up to get a way in. Now, another thing is that not every snake crawls. Some walk, some talk, and some wear the friendly face, bro. See, and the thing is you end up trusting that because you're conditioned to think that anything that's friendly, as long as it looks that way, it's safe. See, it's safe to trust it. So here, the snake changes its skin, but not its nature. See, that's why I say trusting a snake, bro, is like putting your hand in the oven, bro. The snake nature is to snake you, bro. So why do you think it would do something else, bro? Why do you think some good gonna come from it? That's why I be telling people, like, you do a crime, you going to jail. If you get caught but doing the crime, it ain't no it's not that if you escape, because that's rare. So it's almost like, why would you do a crime in the first place, bro? That's stupid, bro. When everything is set up for you to fail and ruin your life, when everything is about cases and doing time for it, it is never going to change. The system is always going to be the same, bro. So that's why I don't understand why people don't think first before they do stuff like that. Because it's stupid. It's foolish. And now another thing is that sometimes the snake is a habit, bro. Sometimes a snake is a habit. Sometimes you could be doing the same thing, because I'm going to tell you why. How do we know this to be true? Do you think that the snake does something one time? No, it repeats the same pattern, bro. The same cycle. So here, when you are guarded, when you're guarded, you're usually met by a snake, right? With a smile. Because the snake knows that you're on guard, but doesn't want you to be guarded, if that makes sense. So here, sometimes a snake is a habit, bro. Sometimes it's a person, and sometimes it's an idea. So here it's almost like let's say you're trying to quit doing something right now. And it's been hard for you because, just the situation itself is toxic. And all of a sudden, something changes slightly, but then it ends up leading you back into the same bad habit, just to ruin your efforts, right? So here, the problem that many people face is that the snake rarely looks dangerous at first. So once you let your guard down, you start to trust it, because now, everything feels normal. I see smiles, I see friendliness. So now you start to open up. It's cold-blooded. When you start to open up, you start to look at the potential of what the situation could be, but it's not that. See, that's why I say you can't get ahead of yourself. You have to set boundaries. As you get to know people, you have to have your guard on point. See, you got to be on guard, meaning you got to have your gun, not literally, but you have to be operating like a damn soldier, because, bro, you can never think that, oh yeah, man, this person friendly. Oh yeah, it's safe. You got to always have your guards up. That would be you perfectly normally setting those boundaries, just to prevent the snake from, creeping in. Now, another thing is that every snake wears a disguise. So here, the snake will wear the disguise until it's too late. That's why I said everything starts to unravel. Everything starts to normalize once, you've been snaked. Because you will know that when you've been snaked, you will know. You will know when you've been influenced. Because one thing will come to mind is, this ain't even me. You will start saying this to yourself. This ain't even me. I don't even know why I'm doing this. Why am I doing this? See? So that would be the warning right there for you to stop and get right. Now, when you set weak boundaries is when you like I say, you don't stand on it. You don't reinforce it. Now, I'll go into that. I'll go into that further in just a moment. Now, another thing is when one thing with a snake is they're not going to force shit, bro. They're not going to force it, bro. What they're going to do is they're going to use deception, bro. See, they're going to use deception. Now, obviously, when somebody's using deception, it's not something you could see physically. It's just shit starts to move funny, and then it's like, okay, why is that happening? Because you're going along with it. You're accepting it. You're walking through it. You're you know, you're in agreement to it. So that's the reason why. Now, that's why you got to know who you are. So with that identity, that's going to create boundaries for you. See, because your boundaries protect your mind, bro, and how you view things. It protects your mind, because thoughts only come from curiosity. Curiosity comes from not knowing who you are and not knowing what you like. See, you have to know yourself in order to know your interests, to know your boundaries, to know your identity. Because if you don't know yourself, you will fall for anything. It's so influential for someone to come and just tell you stuff. You're just going to do it because the influence already starts to set in right there, just off the rip of you not knowing yourself. Now, when I said the snake has many forms, this is very powerful, because most people think it's just the snake itself that you have to worry about. They think that you just got to worry about the influence itself. No, you got to look at the forms, meaning people, habits, addictions, pride, fear, and see, ultimately, deception. And a lot of times, because the influence, it comes through these people, bro. And then on top of that, you got to learn to recognize the snake before it becomes part of your life, bro. Like, one thing that I always tell people is, once you notice the bad part, you never take the bad part of anything, bro. See, because otherwise it'll work against you. You would be doing yourself a disservice. Anytime you find a bad friend, bad influence, get rid of it ASAP. Even if it hurts, it's better for you to hurt for the loss than to sit there and become influenced. Because once you become influenced, that's when the next thing is destruction. Once you become influenced, that's the next step, is destruction. All it does is the influence helps you get there faster. See, I remember a crazy story where it was this guy, bro, and he told me this crazy story, bro, that he was hanging out with some friends, and next thing you know, they were watching some type of flick on the thing. So the friends ended up influencing him to try some shit. Now, they had been drinking, and they told this man to pull his pants down, and literally dude got on top of dude and just started just doing the whole the diddy bop, diddy bopping. So next you know, this man let somebody do that to him, and it ruined his life, bro. It ruined his life to the point where, bro, when the man told you to take your pants off, why did you go along with that? Why do you not know what they were doing? Like, to me, that was kind of stupid. That was dumb. But he said that he was depressed. He didn't, he didn't even want to live. All these different things was going through him. He was going through something. But see, that's how the snake gets you, bro. at your lowest point, bro. Right when you ready to give up on life, that's when that snake show up, bro, to help you get there faster. See, so now that messed dude up to the point where dude became just like them. The same people that snaked him and took advantage of him, he became that. That's why I be saying you cannot be out here just trying shit, bro. Nobody can do something to you without you allowing it, bro. Some people just don't stop people. They just don't say, oh man, or they just got weak ass boundaries to where, oh man, they really just allow the whole situation to proceed, bro. Good morning, Thomas Faye. What's going on with you? Hey, Purple Flower said, he always said fire in the hole. It was funny, but then, yeah, like I know this Aries that he's like the lead what they call it, lead choir director. And bro, he said he was in the military and the man got off into some crazy crap, bro. Like, I don't know, I think dude is like I think he's like bisexual or something, bro. And this man said that when he was in the military, him and a group of guys, they were literally playing a game, and he was like, who could shoot the furthest, bro? And I'm like, bro, that's wild. I told him, like, bro, that's wild. But man, that shit really messed him up, bro, because dude be on some down low type stuff, bro. And that's why I be saying, like, it'll all be starting from influence. You just trying shit, bro. You don't know how that influence is going to affect you, bro, to the point where it could become an addiction. It could become something that you doing. Now you're doing it. See? Because, you try something and now you can't shake the experience, or you can't shake the whole idea. It's a lot of crazy stuff that I've seen, bro, that ain't no way, bro. Like I say, somebody can only make you do something if you allow it, bro. But here's the thing. Remember that every single decision you make has consequences, bro. It's almost like when you do stuff, it ain't just for trying, fam. This shit be detrimental. It will leave you with the people that caught stuff, catches, all kind of stuff happens from you doing stuff and making poor decisions. Now, I use the whole snake situation as a symbolic, metaphor, in other words, because a lot of people, when they hear snake, they think you talking about a actual real snake, bro. And it's like, no, that's just the form. See, it's like the way that it comes is that it slithers around your boundaries, looking for a way in. Now, another thing is that when you, and see, that's one thing you got to watch out for. But the worst one is the illusions, okay? And like I say, I'm going to tell you why. Because when it comes to deception, see, when it comes to deception, bro, the illusion is the most dangerous deception. That's why I said the illusion outweighs a facade, bro. Because here, the influence can feel like the truth, but it's not. Somebody can say, yeah, man, you should try this, man. It'll help you sleep good at night. And you've been having trouble sleeping. So it sounds like it's the truth, but it's deception, bro. It's not going to help you sleep at night. It's gonna give you high blood pressure, all kind of other shit that you're not even thinking about. People say, "Oh man, try these oxycodons, bro. Yeah, do this milligram." All of a sudden, they make it sound like, "Oh, it's just something easy. You take it and then whoop." But when you, if you let them influence you to try it, guess what? Your experience ain't gonna be nothing what they was talking about. That's why I be telling people, like, bro, don't try nothing. Just don't be trying nothing. It was one dude that tried the hot chip, bro. The hot chip challenge, bro. Had to be rushed to the hospital. The dude telling him to take it, trying to get views and shit on his channel. Bro, you didn't give a damn about this person's health? The dude that he had tried didn't have no boundaries. He listened word for word, everything dude told him that would happen and why to take it. He trusted every word for word. And here's the thing. The man ended up hyperventilating. He got super sweaty. Ambulance medical had to be called. Boom. He could have almost killed dude, bro, just by influencing him to try the hot chip, bro. You don't see, it looks cool. Yeah, it looks cool and funny and shit on camera. But you don't know how it's going to affect your body. Everybody else, you see their reaction. Yours could be worse. It could be worse. So don't think that, oh, it's just a hot chip. And yeah, these people are looking like they are able to, to handle it. Nobody's getting rushed off to the hospital. No, bro, don't think that for 1 second, bro. Everything you try affects everybody differently. So here, the greatest prison is the illusion, bro. See, I'm going to tell you why. Because you believe that that's reality, bro. You believe that the greatest prison is reality, bro. See, so here, the illusion in itself, it blinds before the destruction arrives, bro. So you don't even see what's about to happen to you because of the illusion, bro. The illusion makes it look like you're good, bro, when you're cooked. See, it's almost like, oh, you being shown on stage as if, oh, it was a good show. But once the curtains close, destruction hits, bro. See? And see, the thing with it is that the snake's greatest weapon isn't the bite. People be thinking it's the snake bite that you got to watch out for. No, it's the illusion of safety, bro. That's the worst way to go out, is that, oh, you thought you were safe. Whole time your ass was in bad. You was in a whole bad environment with the wrong people. But, oh, it looked so safe for you to be there, fam, with them people. See, and then the illusion makes the lies feel comfortable. See, to the point where the truth ends up feeling offensive. But here's the thing. When you live by the illusion, that's when the whole reality eventually becomes your teacher, bro. That's why I be telling people, like, if you don't see, if you look at things from a realistic point of view, guess what ends up leaving the situation? The illusion, bro. When you literally look at reality, illusion has no place. Doesn't even have a seat to sit in, bro. deception leaves. Deception leaves as soon as you start to notice reality, bro. Because reality wins, bro. All the time, by default. Now, let me see. Welcome night. Was it not yet? Said these are the people that try to act like they love you and then throw you away when you no longer. Yeah, like it ain't even. See, the people really already from the jump was gonna throw you away though. See, it's like anytime you see, when influence is almost like fentanyl, bro, or fentanyl, because when you, everybody know with fentanyl, fam, even if you touch it, you're cooked, bro. You can't even touch that shit, bro. You got to handle that shit with kid gloves. You got to have gloves and shit. You got to have a mask on, all kind of shit, bro. You got to cover yourself. You can't just touch the bag, fam. You will get a whiff of that shit real quick. So it being that potent to the point where all you got to do is just touch it and get a whiff, and it can hit your system that quick. That's how the snake gets in, just that fast, bro. That's why when you try something, you literally become influenced ASAP. It's something that happens quickly, but doesn't feel like it. And the thing about it is that the illusion is where the deception hides in plain sight. So that's why I be telling people, when you look at a situation and then all of a sudden deception is hiding in plain sight, that's why you never think the friend would do something to you, bro. So something so destructive to the point that it almost take your life, or it does. You trusting the friend is you trusting the illusion, bro. Because you think the friend is real, bro. You think the friendship is safe. You feel comfortable with that friend. You trust that friend when really everybody ain't loyal, bro. And see, the crazy thing is, with the whole friend thing, is that another thing is, see, friends make it to a situation where it keeps you from knowing the snake's forms, bro. Because the greatest deception oftentimes arrives looking like a friend. Because, it will always be wrapped up in the present that you really like, bro. Oh, yeah. When you really like this and whoop-de-woo, the snake knows, okay, well, let's dress it up a bit. Let's make it to your liking. That's charm, bro. It's almost to the point where it's going to look put it like this. When whatever is going to keep your boundaries gone, it can be to your liking. So the friend will look as though, yeah, I'm your friend, but you don't even think a friend would be deceptive, because friend, it overrides everything based off how you were conditioned to what a friend is like, or what a friend, would be to you. Maybe you think friends are, good. All friends are good in your eyes. That could be how you were conditioned or how you were raised. But see, here's the thing. Not every friend is sent to help you, bro. Not every friend is sent to help you. Some are there to distract you, bro. Like I said, friend is just an attachment. It just helps you get to what? Destruction. But see how you when I said, oh, a friend helps you, you be thinking is simply thinking, oh, help me, like help me out, as in doing you a favor. Yes and no, because yeah, doing you a favor means by helping throwing your ass in the pit. But see how you thought, oh, this person was a friend to the end, bro, just like Chucky. No, that's the thing. That's the deception, that when you think the friend will help you out by being your friend, bro, you don't need any friends, bro. You're not even born with a friend. That's crazy work, bro. You are not even born with a friend. You will be born with a twin before you're born with a friend. And that's cold-blooded. That's facts. Meaning born with a twin mean family. Family first. See? So that's why I say friends do not exist. See how what you think of a friend does not exist, bro. That's just an idea, bro. It's just an idea. You just were like a friend to be these particular things, but those particular things do not exist. So now being more realistic is knowing that there's no such thing as friends. Friends are what they make of themselves. So, because I'm going to tell you, you can't define what the friend going to do or what the friend going to be in regards to you, because you don't know what the friend wants. And they ain't always going to tell you what they want until it's too late. It's cold-blooded. You see, a lot of times you get reminded that, damn, this is all you wanted from me? Oh, makes a lot of sense. You wanted my wife. You wanted my girlfriend. That's why you wanted to be friends in the first place. Just to get access, just to get leverage, just to get in, just to get through the door, just to get through the boundaries. See, that's why I tell people, like, bro, it ain't no such thing as friends, bro. I'm not just saying that because I'm a loner. I'm saying that that's the truth, bro. You got to know that, bro, you cannot trust everybody. Everybody's not your friend, and that's because snakes exist, bro. See, a snake can hide behind a friendship, bro. While you trusting the friend, you don't even know that the ending is involved, bro, too. See, because that person is the snake hiding behind what? The illusion. But the friend deceives you because you let it, bro. You believe that was your friend. Everything you thought of the friend to be never existed in the first place. Because guess what? Does the friend have an identity? No. You see, when you sit there and tell somebody why somebody's your friend, bro, do they feel the same? Or do they have a different opinion? Obviously, they have a different opinion. And see, the crazy thing is, the snake does not always appear to be an enemy, bro. It comes in the form of a friend. See, the thing about it is, you can look at a cake with your name on it, but the cake could be a trap. You don't know what's in. You don't know who made the cake. You don't know what's in it. But you so focused on what's on it, but you get deceived by what's on it rather than what's in it. The person looked friendly, but what's going on the inside? Because it's what you can't see. and you fall for what's on it, the cherry, the cursive, the fancy cursive, and the damn vanilla. All you look at all the little toppings and decorations on top of the cake, you fall in love with that. You end up, oh, this is good. I bet you this tastes great. But then all of a sudden, you don't even question who made it, what's in it. Means you're thinking like the rabbit. You don't see any, oh, this looks good. This looks like I could just chill here and eat a little grass and it's nothing to worry about. The snake wants you with your guard down. Always remember that. So if that means he got to look like something you like, guess what? He's going to do that. Take form. Look like something that, oh, you trust? Oh, yeah. See? So here, you got to be careful who influences you, bro. Because not every friend leads you in the right direction, bro. Sometimes a friend leads you, helps you, throws you in the pit, leads you to destruction, bro. It's a lot of people that lost their lives based off of trusting the wrong person that they thought was their friend, bro. Lost their lives because they had a friend. And guess what that friend did? Snaked them out. Betrayed them. But this was the same person they was calling friend the whole fucking time, bro, not knowing where it was going because the friend led them off course. Like, I believe friends are evil. I believe that friends is so, because you're conditioned to think that friends are good, bro, that's why you always get done in by friends, bro. I don't get done in by friends. I don't have any because I realize what they really are. And that's the craziest thing is that a lot of people think they need people, bro. Oh, I need this. I can't be alone. I can't go without. No, I need somebody to talk to. Bro, you can find the right person to talk to, bro. Don't mean you gotta just listen to anybody just because they're making noise, bro. See, so here, some friends strengthen your purpose, others quietly weaken it. That's why I said you got to find the right ones, bro. And it's not easy. See, now the most dangerous influence is the one you trust without question, bro. That's the worst, bro. So here, you need discernment. See, discernment isn't about distrusting everyone. It's about recognizing who is helping you grow and who is pulling you away from who you want to be, bro. See, so that's why I said a smiling face doesn't always mean good intentions, bro. Because I'm gonna tell you, when somebody's smiling, that's because they know if they were to do anything else, they would be what? Detected, identified. The smiling was used to throw you off, to entice you. See, that's why I say when you start to get enticed by things, bro, you got to be careful because when you start when you get enticed by something, it's like it ends up captivating you in a way where you look at the situation as being more than what is actually there. So the snake, like I say, it doesn't force you, it entices you. See, it shows you something that's not really what is there. And you end up trusting it in that, like I said, you opening yourself up, you invite it in. So when we look at things like temptation doesn't push, but many people think it does, and it doesn't. See, temptation says, hey, you should try this. Doesn't mean you should. Just because it's saying that to you. So temptation entices you. It looks so good. I just want to try it. But that's how I'm going to tell you. When you go into a situation and you become enticed, you start to lean into it more. Because of the illusion, bro. The illusion is the ultimate most dangerous deception there is, bro. And see, when something is glowing, when something is glowing, you start to look at it and focus on it. And even though that particular object is in front of you, you start to lean into it and you don't even know that it's pulling you towards it, bro. It's cold-blooded. To the point where you start thinking that I just want to try it. 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 But you thinking like the mouse when you try it. You thinking you can just hurry up and just bite the cheese and then just take off. Meaning, I'm going to try it and go back to normal. Nah, bro. When you reaching for something you don't know is pulling you and you thinking like the mouse, guess what? You run your ass over there and you try it, and guess what? The bar just falls on your fucking neck, bro. The damn bar just smash your damn neck right there, bro. Or you get stuck into some shit that you didn't even think it was there. It didn't look, you didn't even notice and see how sticky it was, bro. You see, when you get enticed and deceived, bro, you don't even see the trap. You don't even see the trap, bro. You never thought that the idea was a trap to begin with because it didn't look like the trap that you thought it. The trap is never going to look like what you would expect it to look like, bro. That's why I be telling people, think outside the box, bro, because the bait is designed to entice you, bro, in the first place. The trap knows that it has to use bait. Make something look like the way you would do it, the way that you would take it as, that you would try it for. And see, the crazy thing is, it ain't even got nothing to do with fear, which is crazy. Fear is when you're afraid to try shit, when you're afraid to go along with something. And that's only through hesitation. But when you look at the whole enticement, the enticement is worse because you start to feel as though you would just try it and that would just be that alone. Now, the crazy thing is the snake does not reveal its poison, bro. Nope. And see, the thing about it is the snake does not reveal its poison. It reveals its promise, bro. And you end up trusting the promise over the poison, bro. Because based on how it's delivered, you get enticed. Poison can be wrapped up in a nice wrapper, bro, with a bow on it, with your name on it. See, and the thing about it is that every temptation, it begins with an invitation, bro. You don't even know what you're getting yourself into, but you were invited. Oh, we all, hey, come out and hang. It was a situation where there were a group of guys that invited some guys to a situation where it was going to be a bunch of females or whatnot. And dude went along with it. He thought, oh man, when I get there, some plenty little girl, plenty women to talk to. And they tricked him. They knew his ass wouldn't go if they would have just merely asked him to go to the venue, right? He wouldn't come over. So they made it seem like it would be something that he wanted. So they used manipulation. And don't you know, when he got there, it was all dudes. He ain't know what he signed up for. That's why I'm trying to tell y'all as an example. Bro, you gotta know stuff when see when something look like it's something that you would say yes to, bro. Just by how it looked. It's like, well, where are we going? Who all gonna be there? See, you gotta ask questions, bro. You got to question everything that look like it's something you will go for. Because it's a chance that it's not even that, bro. It won't be. It's a chance that it won't be what you thought it was, bro. That's why you gotta ask questions. Who all gonna be there? Who driving? How long y'all gonna be there? No questions, you ain't gonna find out until it's too late. Because how you gotta look at it. Why would somebody have this for me in a pretty package? Because you could feel the influence. You could feel the snake, bro. It gotta see if somebody was trying to rob you and they said, bro, we going to a strip, strip joint. Yeah, man, it's gonna be plenty hoes, bro. Yeah, bro. Man, hey man, I say we ride with you. Let's get in the scat, bro. Let's go. Woo. And once you slow their asses down and hear it again. See, sometimes you got to listen to things backwards. Sometimes you got to hear everything in your own way. Your process of elimination, you gotta send shit through your own elimination process to where I see why they wanted me to drive. He telling me it was gonna be some hoes there. He's saying he hyping it up before we even get there. Which means it ain't gonna be that. And he mentioned the hoes because he want me to really go. So what is the influence? What you trying to get me to do? What you trying to do to me? And that's how you gotta hear it, bro. Because why y'all trying to make me feel like I should go and you trying to make it sound so good? Because he's trying to convince you, bro. See, once you get convinced, you start to compromise the decision because that person want to convince you that you should go. Because they're trying to do something to you. You got to be there in order for them to execute, bro. So when somebody really wants your ass to go, always look at it in a different light, bro. Always look at it and be like, man, what the fuck y'all trying to do to me, bro? Because you trying to make me go like as if I have to go. Like you trying to make me go. So you want me to drive that's manipulation to make me think, oh, not to be looking like, oh, something is wrong with the situation to throw me off. How am I on something when I'm telling you to drive? You're not slick. You ain't slick. I see right through that shit. See, you gotta know the facade, the illusion, bro. It's right there clearly in your face. But you gotta question it, bro. You got to question every fucking thing, bro. It's always something out there to get you, bro. There's always something out there to get you. See, I always tell people, it's somebody always watching, bro. There's always somebody watching you, bro. You just don't know they are. But you need to know they are, bro. You need to know, not in a paranoid way. You just got to know that somebody's watching you, bro. And know what the eyes do when somebody's locked in watching you, bro. Observing you when you cannot see them, bro. Why can't you see them? Because they're prying on you, bro. Like looking at you like prey. See, it's primal. When person watch a person, that means they're trying to hunt, bro. But they don't know where to go. See, and that's a good thing. When they don't know where to strike, bro, that's a good thing. Because now that means they see all your boundaries. But you feel like, damn, I ain't even tell you I said them. How the hell you see them? See, it's the way you carry yourself, bro. See, people be knowing, bro. That's what I'm saying. People be knowing the way you carry yourself, because what is the first thing that is shown and reflected to the universe is your identity, bro. You are born into this world. Hey, who are you? To the point where you got to show a fucking ID, bro. Why do people make you show ID? Because they don't know you. But what is the information on my ID? What does it do for the person? It lets them know a little bit about me to let me in. It's cold-blooded. See, you understand that those numbers on the ID, they mean something. But the crazy thing is, you should be asking for ID. So you can know what the hell is really going on with people. And I don't mean that literally. I mean that when you look, well, spiritually, I'm saying when you meet somebody, bro, don't fall for the first thing they show you. Because it may not be them, bro. The illusion and the facade. You got to get around that shit and get to the truth. But the crazy thing is, you got to have awareness, bro. You got to know that really everybody ain't loyal. All these little different sayings is not for it to sound slick, bro. Everything means something, bro. Everybody think that these are cliches and little things. Oh yeah, oh you done twisted it has meaning behind. Of course, that's why I said living by core principles. And here's the thing: you have to be a walking Da Vinci Code, bro. You can't just be somebody. Oh yeah, I easily can just know this person. Woo. Because if the person can easily just figure out, oh, you ain't got no boundaries, you could. Now, another thing, when you have discernment, you're able to see the hook, bro. See, because what's behind the bait is the hook. What hurts the most? The bait? Nah. What hurts the most is the hook, bro, because you didn't see it. It's cold-blooded. See, once you bite the bait, you don't even know that the hook is what destroys you, bro. Because it takes you all the way in that direction, bro, to the point you can't escape it, bro. You are only left with the reality of the choice. See, that's why I be telling people, bro, like, enticement always will appeal to your desire. See? But it hides the consequence. If you would have knew the consequence first, guess what? You would have never desired it. You would second guess it. You wouldn't do it. It would be so many reasons why you shouldn't that you would not try it. But that ain't how it worked, bro. The consequences get hidden. Enticement pulls you towards it. It appeals to what you like. See, so here, that's why I said you could ask a person, if there was nothing on this earth, what would you rather have? Would you rather have $1 million to do what the hell you want? And my thing would be, I don't even want to be here. Put me in heaven. I'd rather be in a different realm. Because you got to understand, if you look what's only in front of you, when there's so much more going on that you can't see, well, hell, I want to be somewhere where, hey, I can't see it with these physical eyes. So you know it's another realm. I want to go see some new shit. Yeah, giving me $1 million ain't gonna do nothing because I done seen 1 million people with $1 million miserable. Make it make sense. It's not about how much money you got. It's about what the hell are you doing with the money, bro? Because you can really get the money and it look good. It's something you desired. But guess what? You're not even able to enjoy it, bro, the way that you want to enjoy it. Because you ain't got no boundaries. Now, the crazy thing is the trap. Here's the truth about the trap, bro. It's never advertised, bro. You never hear enough about the trap. See, the thing about it is the reward is, bro. But you never hear about the trap. Why is the trap always not mentioned, bro? That lets you know that it's never meant for you to know. It's only for you to experience. That's how you know when you getting set up, bro. You never hear it. Nothing never seems like it's going in that direction until it's too late, bro. And see, the thing about it is, always remember, first comes the enticement, then the influence, then the compromise, see, then bondage. That's why boundaries matter, bro, because do you want to live your life? Do you want to live your life in bondage? Being stuck to something that you don't want to be stuck to, but not having nothing to fix it with? See, that's why I tell people that when you start to look at a situation where you see why does all this happen, bro? Because it creates the pattern, bro. That's what it leads to next. The pattern is what people don't know about, because you start repeating it. That's what keep you in bondage. You keep repeating the same thing. And that's why I said, like, when everything with the whole pattern is all started to create the cycle. And that wears you down over time. And sometimes it can wear you out all the way. So here, when you start doing the same behaviors, it starts to work up a pattern. Then those repeated cycles means you are making the repeated choices. And when you repeatedly entertain all of this, it becomes your pattern. Now, it don't happen overnight, but I tell you what, it happens when the moment you compromise the first time, bro. That's when it happens. Then it happens again. It happens again. And it happens again. So every compromise, it strengthens the pattern. See? Now, the pattern, what the problem is that it becomes normalized in your life. You start thinking it's normal for you to do that. So boom, until you don't recognize yourself anymore. See, so that's why I said the cycle destroys you, bro. That's why you need Pisces, bro, because Pisces ends cycles, bro. Because in order to get out of this, you must be healed first, bro. The only way you come into the knowledge of knowing that, hey, man, I messed up. I created a bad influence, bad cycles, whoop de woo. The Pisces ends the cycle, bring you back to your center. Who were you before you started these cycles? It's cold-blooded. That's why they say Pisces rule the feet, bro, because you need to stand 10 toes down with these principles and these boundaries, bro. You cannot let somebody shake your foundation and tell you how to live and tell you, influence you so much where you can't think for yourself, bro. And you got so many people that are so accustomed to trying to tell you how to think, bro. It's cold-blooded. Now, another thing I'll say is, in order to avoid this, you have to know who you are. Now, it was another thing I had to want to tell y'all real quick was, okay, let me see. And that's why I say you gotta, let me see, you gotta heal from it. Okay, so in order to heal, you have to, you gotta look in the mirror. See, because the mirror, once you look at yourself, this is what I mean by looking in the mirror. Once you look at yourself, you start to see the repeated choices that has been made in your life. You start to look in the mirror, and as you look at yourself, you start to reveal the patterns that you've been avoiding. See, now this keeps you from blaming the world for it, but it's because you're looking at yourself, man. That's what a lot of people do not do nowadays, is they do not reflect, bro. They focus on the bad shit and never the good shit. It's like you can't just focus only on the bad shit. You got to focus on the good stuff too, to see progress, to see growth. See, that's to say, oh yeah, I'm nothing like I used to be 5 years ago. That's you having a healthy reflection of yourself, because you're looking at yourself, which means you're looking in the mirror. Now, healing, it begins the moment you stop running from yourself. See, once you start to face yourself, you start looking in the mirror, that's when the healing begins. Because now you're not lying to yourself. Now you're not running from yourself. When you start seeing yourself, now you're putting the sun against yourself. So you become the sun, bro. It's cold-blooded. You become the sun because when that heat radiates, it burns off all things that are what? Deception. Burns off all that shit. It shows you where yourself lies. It shows you your true identity through the sun, the reflection, the light. See, now you reach a higher frequency. Now you reach, that's why I say 777s and 333s, and I say these numbers. People think that, oh, what you're doing, trying to win the lottery. No, motherfucker. What I'm doing is trying to show you how to align yourself. Because as soon as you let that light in, bro, what happens, it burns all that shit and starts to what? Show you reality, bro. Reality always wins. That's why I said by default. So here, now you're able to see yourself. You get the identity, and then all of a sudden you see the shrine, bro. The boundaries start to create. And then all of a sudden, once you find yourself, now you find what? You find the boundaries, bro, and where to set them. It's cold-blooded. That's why I say you have to do this, because once you start this, the mirror exposes what excuses try to hide, bro. You're doing this process correctly to heal cannot make excuses, bro. So you always have to look in the mirror, face the truth without making excuses. Then what you got to do is know who you are, because your identity is the foundation of your boundaries. And then this is the blessing behind it. That in itself breaks the pattern. And then it shatters the illusion at the same time. See, so here, you cannot heal by repeating what wounded you in the first place. And then that's why I said the beautiful thing is you start to see the boundaries. And it's like you see them clear as day. New foundation. Then all of a sudden, what is the thing you get from it? The helmet. The helmet means what? Protection of your mind. from those boundaries. See, then you get the peace, and then you get the purpose. All see how it comes. You only find your purpose when you heal, bro. Now do you see what I'm saying? If that didn't enlighten you, bro, what will? That's what I'm trying to say, bro. Replace the harmful influences with healthy ones, bro. See, because remember, what feeds your mind, it ends up shaping your future. And then if you practice what you want to become, then the consistency changes your character. Because that's what I'm saying. If you're doing the same thing, imagine if you're doing the right thing. See, now that's going to make you reach a higher sense of self. So this is why I say the mirror of you looking at yourself, it does not condemn you, but it gives you a chance to change, bro. Because you don't have your whole life to wait for you to change your life. You have to do it now. See? So here, the healing begins when you stop asking, why am I like this? And start asking yourself, what am I going to do differently today? Because remember, doing the same thing, expecting different results is insanity. And always remember that the mirror, it reveals the pattern. The truth breaks the pattern, and discipline builds the new person, bro. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Y'all, love y'all. Catch y'all on the next one.